Hello, everybody. This is Ameline with the first session, the inaugural session, the prime session of The Shrouded Shore, a campaign in Advanced 5th Edition Dungeons and Dragons. And we are about ready to kick off, but before we do, why don't we go along the roster here and every player can introduce themselves briefly. Why don't we start with Cross?
Ross. I am an artist that does one too many of these games a week, and this is another one onto the pile.
Don't we all? Draken?
Hello, I'm Draken. I'm a lawyer.
What?
Technically?
Really?
What? Yes, I am a lawyer.
Oh,
A lawyer.
That technically worries me.
Do you deal with rules?
I could say that.
that explains why you're a Necron player.
God damn it. That's how you go with that.
Anyway, Sammy?
I'm Sammy. That's about all I got.
All right. let's all give it up to Sammy, who is about all she's got.
Yeah.
And then we've got Verd. Vertizen?
I'm Verd, the Cooler Cross, and I also play too many of these games a week,
The same games, even.
most likely.
And lastly, but not leastly, we have Yulia.
Hi, I'm Yulia. I am a VTuber / professional DM. And I get to play in a game.
Huzzah!
In the status of forever DM.
She never plays my games.
You.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, and I am Ameline. A junior professional dungeon master. Yulia has been incredibly helpful at all stages of this process.
I haven't.
Yes, you have. Don't deny it.
Good choice.
And as of today, also VTuber. Glad to meet you. So, let us begin. The past days have been a nightmarish blur. Loaded onto the belly of an Imperial prison ship with a dozen more others of Erudan's lost and condemned, there has been little to separate one moment from the next. The coarse, heavy ropes chafing at your ankles, the stench of bodies crowded together, the creaking of the hull. You know you're being shipped south around the southern coast of the province of Partu, and you know that your arrival will likely mean your doom. You have been sentenced to thraldom, your flesh and soul to be reforged as glorious tools of the Erudan Empire, to become the very sort of being that had watched over the prisoner's hold in grim silence, a construct of muscle, bronze, and bone, masked and armored. The judge had assured you, offhandedly, that this was a mercy. Your soul would yet endure, even trapped in such a way. Cold comfort. Yes, your arrival would likely mean your doom, but you don't arrive. Not now. Not yet. You remember panicked shouting, the wood of the hull screaming with creaks and groans, tossing wildly as thunder reverberates through your bones, and the blinding flash of lightning pours down with a deluge of water from the hatch on the ship's deck being torn away. The ocean laps at your ankles, then at your knees. You remember, just for a moment, the feeling of flight, the concussive rush of water pouring in through a breach in the hull wide enough to drive a cart through. You remember being torn from your row and hurled into a watery abyss, where direction lost all meaning. But if you remember nothing else, remember this. When the darkness closes in, and all seems lost, call out. You are not alone. You are not alone. Everyone, roll Constitution, and give me a luck check A flat D100 check with no modifiers.
I'm a little confused on that last bit. Is this like a voice talking to us, or what is that? Because
Who knows?
It
Let's
was
carry on.
okay. All right.
And Constitution, is that a ability check or a saving throw?
That is a Constitution save.
Okay.
Saving throw, yep. Yuli, you are rolling dice to yourself. I cannot actually see them.
We can see them on
stealth
chat.
roll. I see the toggle there.
I rolled a 12.
Do you want a reroll or to have these shunted through? Reveal. Reveal.
How do I find those two?
Just re-roll them.
Hey, you. Quick
How do I
reminder
make
for me.
those?
How do I make this one roll the save?
If you open up your sheet, there's two numbers like beneath your con score that you've started the cog.
I see it.
Alright, so reroll incoming. Du-du.
Did you not see my
I see them.
Ah, okay.
19. You revealed them, and you've got a 19 and a 32.
D100 that needs to be.
Julio.
Oh, good luck.
All right. Okay.
Now we get to see how many of us died before the campaign starts.
So,
Well, at least I can say that if this is about drowning, I don't need to breathe.
Crom, you are the first one to awaken. You awaken to the cold press of sand on your face and rain on your back, clad in waterlogged prison rags. You're no longer bound, as best you can tell. A thick fog rolls in off the water, and dull gray morning light filters down through heavy clouds. You are cold, weak, and hungry, but alive. That's something.
Oh, new map. Crom kind of tries to get his bearing. He kind of groggily slowly opens his eyes before pushing himself up, and with just a spits sand out of his mouth and shakily gets to his feet. I guess I don't die here today.
Die here today you have not. You can see scattered around the shore wreckage, a lot of wreckage. There's driftwood, you see bottles, pots, the occasional bit of a crate, though very few whole ones, sort of washing up against the sandy shore. It's not far before the sand gives way to grass, which quickly becomes a dense forest. But more to the point, you can see several other bodies have washed up on the shore. You can see nearby there are a couple of what you think are humans, a young Taurek woman, and a bit further away, the glint of bronze and copper catches your eye, tangled up amid roping and what looks like the wreckage of a smashed open crate, still like partially submerged in the water. Everyone else is unconscious, but they look like they might be coming to. You could probably wake them up by going to give them a bit of a shake.
Crom is going to walk over here and kind of, hey, are you all right? He bends down and kind of shakes Soot by the shoulder and see if there's any like reaction.
Soot, you feel something large and fluffy shaking you awake. Um, since you have the chance to actually look at each other now, why don't each of you describe your character? Crom, what does Soot wake up to?
She'll see looming over her a mass of muscle and fur, uh, what could only be described as wolf-like, with soot black. I guess a soot black, charcoal black, um, fur, which is kind of, which should be fluffier, but is kind of like
He's a wet dog
waterlogged at the moment. You know, when a dog gets out of the bath, his hair is kind of more form-fitting, showing off his muscular, but not really helping his charisma out at all. Her two yellow eyes glow under the mat of sopping hair with two with a head adorned by two large curved horns.
Mm-hmm. And Soot, who is this person that Crom is shaking awake?
So it's kind of a middle-aged woman, thin to the point of kind of emaciation. You can see her bones quite visibly as she's there. The body kind of racks a bit just breathing. Her hair is jaggedly cut in a mess of different lengths. One of her eyes is sunken and rotted out. Her skin is not the best. It's covered in various old wounds that hadn't healed quite right. She's got one blue eye and dark black hair, and she is kind of filthy. Even getting dunked into the ocean isn't gonna take it off without a scrub.
Yeah.
So she is, but especially her hands and her feet, which her toenails and her fingernails are pretty much black from filth.
I see.
Suit is going to immediately recoil and kind of hiss a warning at Crom. Don't touch me.
Good. You're awake then. He then just turns, leaves her to be, and starts checking on the others.
Over here in something of a pile, Crom finds two people just sort of like the ocean seems to have kind of dumped in a heap on top of each other. And also he finds there is a very large crab. A sort of like about the size of a large dog. Not Crom-sized dog, but, you know, a good-sized dog with a sort of rounded shell covered in like this rocky moss with plants and even a small bush growing on it. The crab is just sort of like poking at these two people with its claws, like experimentally, like it's not quite sure what to make of them, and it's not sure if they're dead yet. You could make a nature check if you like. You know that it's big old crab. You're pretty sure that its pincers could snag you pretty hard if they caught you. They look like they've got some serration in them. And you know that these greater crustaceans are a nuisance. They're fairly dangerous if provoked, but they're not generally super violent, you think. They're not native to your homeland at all, so the only things like this you've seen are the domesticated greater mossy flatbacks that are commonly used as transport throughout the Empire.
Beat it. He's just kicks sand at the crab.
The crab. Make an intimidation check.
That's my direction of the campaign, everybody. Intimidate the crab.
How do you get the
Want to be the person who failed to intimidate the crab? Would you?
You want to put the ability score modifier?
yeah.
Go into settings.
Where are the settings?
For now, just make the roll manually.
All right.
But it's the last tab on your sheet.
Okay.
It looks like Chad is saying that you're making some static Draken, it sounds like.
Yes.
Might be why. Has it been solved?
No.
God damn it. It's just my poor quality microphone then.
Yeah, let's see if we can... For now, I think we're going to have to work with that. Just keep the mic close to you, speak clearly, and we will see if we can sort out a solution for next session. For now, Crom makes an intimidation check. The crab doesn't seem unintimidated. It backs off just a little bit, though. It's not like running away. It's not fleeing. It's just like giving you a little bit of room. The crab is not entirely afraid.
He'll once it's backs off enough, he'll reach down, start shaking the deer awake. Are you alive?
Okay. Coming to is a deer tour. She looks like if she were standing upright, she'd be about 5'8" or so, maybe a little taller. She has sandy blonde hair that is currently a lot more sandy. And she looks like she's in fairly good health, although I'm sure the last few days haven't been particularly kind. Notably for her kind, she has an array of patterning on her back that would actually be associated with a younger member. Looks like it just never grew out. And she groans and opens up her eyes. She's just going to look up at Crom and go, am I dead then?
Not yet. He says, and then just steps over her and moves on to the next person. Starts shaking the blue one. A hand comes up and slaps him. Slaps the hand, shaking him. As Justicia rolls over groggy. Oh, my head! Justicia, unlike the others, Justicia is pale and has much brighter colors than the others. She's got beneath her prison robes, two more sets of arms come out and try and push her into a sitting position, giving her 6 arms in all, probably flesh crafted from the the Empire's capital, where others can give a more specific description of their height. It's difficult to say how tall Justicia would be, considering she's missing both her legs. To about her mid-thigh, there are easily discerned attachments for prosthetics that are woefully missing at the moment.
Can I be kidnapped by a crab?
Maker, while this is happening, Maker awakens to being dragged out of the water, tangled in wood. There's a crab that has like its claw linked around his ankle that is just slowly dragging him onto the shore and sort of away from the rest of the crowd. What it wants with him, who knows? But
Hermit crab, new shell.
New shell.
The indignity.
Isn't nature beautiful? Let's just all take a moment.
Adapt,
to watch.
overcome.
Now that everyone is awake, including Maker, well, why don't we get Maker? What do people see when they hear the sound of a construct waking up to being dragged across the sand by a mossy crab?
That was in character actually. Mostly this they hear Maker just creak a bit as his neck moves, and then he says, "The indignity." When he sees the crab dragging him away. And then they hear a clicking sound. 2 clicking sounds, in fact. Because one of his hands turns into a saw, and then a thing pops up on his shoulder. Because he's about to shoot that crab.
Oh dear.
The heck are we? The heck is what? What the heck is that? She kind of crawls away from the robot, starting to pull out weaponry, and the giant dog standing over a sopping wet dog that's above her.
Move away from it carefully. It might be a thrall.
Yeah, I have a question. Do any of us recognize each other just from like the prisoner cargo hold?
You do. You didn't have much of a chance to talk in the cargo hold. That was, like most things, prohibited. But you do recognize the other people, other than Maker. You did see some heavy crates being loaded onto the ship, and it seems like he was being dragged out of one of those. But
Okay.
he wasn't in the hold with the rest of the prisoners. Everyone
In
else,
that case, she will follow Suits' advice. There's a little fuck, and she's going to quickly get up and scrabble over Suits' way.
Uncontrolled thralls are very dangerous.
I can hear you. I'm not a freaking frog.
So, now that everyone is awake, you can also, people other than Crom can make nature checks for these crabs.
Oh, this is a good one for me. Ah, there we go. What are these weird moving boulders?
I have the... God damn it. I have the best check. I have the best modifier here.
So, Destisha and Soot both recognize these as lesser mossy flatbacks. Not to be confused with the common mossy flatback, which is a widespread beast of burden. These, one, do not actually have a flat back. It is rounded, making them very unsuited for carrying large amounts of cargo like their peers. They're also notoriously ill-tempered and generally just kind of mean. Some have described them as territorial, but there's plenty of scholars that postulate that these crabs just kind of enjoy punching people, and they're very easy to drag into a fight if they think they can get away with it. They like to hoard little bits and bobs in their burrows, wherever those might be.
Those crabs look aggressive.
They're also delicious. They're
Yeah,
common.
what's our food
Destisha knows
situation?
them. You don't have any food.
No, the past few days.
Oh.
Were we fed at all, or?
You've been fed water. So you've been given something to drink, but nothing really to eat. You are...
I'm sick of water.
Stomach rumbling as Suits says they're delicious.
Yes, that is mostly how Destisha knows them. They have been on the menu at quite a few banquets. Very tender flesh. You crack that shell open and they're very soft inside.
Delicious, you say?
I've never had any.
Yeah. But she's she's rubbing the sand out of her eyes and stuff, still trying to get her bearings.
The real problem with me is we don't have any weapons, and those are very large crabs.
I'm
Speaking
looking
of
for like an
weapons,
iron
Baker,
spike from a
you
ship
will-
hull or something.
Speaking of weapons, while you make a perception check to look around, make your attack roll.
Just one moment. Where did I leave this stats on the screen?
Soot can see, scattered around, there are plenty of pieces of like driftwood that would make for like a decent club. Like basically any of these little piles of driftwood, like here, or here, or here, or over here. Like any of these would make a
I'm just
decent...
reconciling my intelligence with the size of that crab, and I'm going, yeah, I'm not taking a piece of kindling and gonna go beat that crab.
Yeah, you've got...
1 second. That's not adding my skill modifier despite having typed that on. Oh, yes, it is. Never mind.
You've got lots of options to grab what is basically just like a club. Like driftwood isn't an ideal club, it weighs a bit more, 4 pounds instead of 2, but otherwise it'll work just like a club. There's out here and out here, there's some like heavier pieces of driftwood that you could wade out and get. This is shallow water, it's just difficult terrain. And those would be like a great club. Soot also finds in this like little bundle over here, there is a length of like rope with a big heavy knot at the end crusted with salt that you can probably make use of as a whip if you wanted to. A bludgeoning damage whip with the heavy property.
This year is just kind of waving at the crab. Shoo, get out of here.
Meanwhile, Maker's cutting beam, it cuts, it slices into the shell of this thing and creates this just hiss of steam and air in the air. Hiss of steam in the air as the crab like gives a kind of like clicking, like disapproving, like click, 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 click. Angry crab noises as it recoils. Everyone, let's... Well, first I'll add you all to combat.
I think seeing that laser beam just hurries my need to find a weapon.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm not really sure if I trust the whole it's not a thrall when thralls have souls attached to them, so it might be faking.
That sounds like Imperial lies to me, yeah.
This sounds like somebody's lying to me.
Of course the thrall would say it's not a thrall.
If people are still calling him a troll in character.
I haven't yet.
None of you have ever encountered a thrall that can speak, for what it's worth. That doesn't mean that he's not a thrall, but...
Doesn't mean he's not a thrall. I've never encountered a thing like him either, so...
So with that in mind, Soot, you are up.
I'm gonna...
I failed to roll my initiative.
I've already rolled it for you. I have a button to roll people's initiative.
Okay. Second tab is our initiative.
I hit my initiative button. I didn't know if it did go off for me.
Soot.
I'm going to take an action and pick up a piece of wood. Heft it and look at it. Nod to myself. I'm good.
You're grabbing a piece of wood. That's it.
Yep, I'm grabbing a piece of wood. It's not an ideal weapon for me, so I don't want to try it. I'm defending myself.
This Mossy Flatback indignantly brandishes a pugnacious pincer against Maker, seeking to... it's got like one around his ankle, and it just tries to like clamp on tighter while like walloping him with the other one.
That misses.
That misses. Then we've got Crom. Oops. Back around. Crom.
Crom's going to look back and forth and then see the pillar of wood out in the water, and he's just going to go over and grab it and start heading his way back up here.
1 second. There's a spam. I don't actually know how to block someone. Yuli, how do you? There's like a spam button Twitch. How do I get rid of it?
You have yourself or moderator click on its name, and there should be options.
Be gone. Thank you for the help. Yay, milestone. Okay, sorry, I did not catch what you were saying because I was distracted by that. First spambot banished to the Shadow Realm. Milestones. Okay, we were on Crom. Crom, what are you doing?
I've walked down, grabbed the great club, and moved back up here.
Okay, you have the Great Club. That is a two-handed weapon, D10 bludgeoning damage. This is just a lump of wood, so it's a little too unwieldy to wield in one hand like you could with a normal Great Club. But the two-handed function of it should work perfectly fine. Then we've got the other crab. And this one sees Destitia sort of sitting on the ground with lots of limbs and identifies her possibly as an imposter, a poser to crabdom.
How dare you!
And it seeks to punish her for her impudence.
I don't know how I got moved up into that bush.
Oh, sorry. Oh dear. This crab unleashes a powerful technique.
I'm going to use. That's a. What did it roll? A 16. I am going to actually.
Die.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I'm sticking with my guns of not
That's
gonna do shit
that's
to the
more than my
crabs.
health.
That's more than my health. That's why I looked at this and went, I don't have armor. I don't have a weapon because I don't use strength. So this club is crap. So no,
I'm gonna go swimming.
Yeah.
Option of a
I'm gonna go try and get the ocean to take me now.
I'm going to use my reaction to use my special ability, warlock ability, invert reality, and invert that roll. Its roll becomes a 5 instead of a 16.
As it swings at you, the air around it shifts, and it seems to like twist and be dizzied by a alteration in its own soul energies, and its pincered claw just slams down into the sand near, but thankfully not on, Destitia. Good thing she doesn't have her legs, otherwise it probably would have snagged one with that. All right. Speaking of whom,
Wait,
What
did
is
she use magic?
what is crawling speed? What's the crawling speed?
I
It's
believe
like
it's just half.
okay. She's going to full retreat, disengage, and just she just rolls along this way. Let's see, that's 5, 10, 15 here. Do something about that! Crom kind of steps back, watching her skitter across the ground like the crabs that they're fighting.
Oh dear.
She hides behind Crom's leg.
All right.
Can you move at full speed without your legs?
No,
The cruel.
I'm
Oh.
crawling. That's
Oh,
that's
that's
a I can do.
awful. This means if we run away, you will be the slowest of us. This is
It means we
important to know.
survive.
Yes, we should run.
What happened to this?
Crab, join
Why the
us.
crab
You
go
are
up
healthy
there?
and strong.
I don't know. Dang it. The crab keeps maneuvering.
It's so ornery.
It's so ornery even I can't control it. Oh no. The crab is breaking free of the construct.
It was 2
Yeah.
squares over to the right, by the way.
Yeah.
I think it was like that.
Look,
Okay.
I'm doing my best to corral these crabs, but it's Bayleaf's turn.
It's become too powerful.
Elise, join me. We should run.
Yeah.
Get a weapon and we should run. We'll go kill a squirrel in the woods. This is way.
Now the
that's
squirrel
way
does like
too-
5d6 damage at this rate.
No, it's a freaking knucklehead trout. We're on the beach with the knucklehead trout right now. Is what I'm telling you. I don't care if it's a delicacy.
Maybe there's a reason that these crabs are a delicacy.
Bayleafton?
Yep, it is Bayleaf's turn.
Okay.
My character never experienced eating them because there's no way I could justify that.
Did I see anything with my perception roll earlier?
Yes. There is the rope that was pointed out earlier, which is it's a whip. It's a long length of rope. It's like several feet long, with a real heavy, like salt-crusted knot at the end of it. It's just a whip that deals bludgeoning damage. It is in this pile over here.
I am assuming that it's shallow surf, so I can walk in it, but it'd probably be difficult terrain, right?
Yes, the shallows are difficult terrain. Like all the way.
Is there wreckage any further along, or are we sort of encapsulated here?
There isn't much wreckage. You can see, like, you're in a particularly dense area of wreckage. Like, if you combed further up and down the beach, you could probably find, like, a few scraps, but you could take an action, I'd say, to more closely evaluate some of, like, the heaps of wreckage around.
Yeah. You know what? She's going to
Did you come take that
Bob.
rope from mine? Okay.
and then she is going to dunk her head under the water and do the idiotic thing of trying to open her eyes in salt water, and she wants to see if there, because it might be dead soldiers caught up in wreckage under there, or
Also, heavy
all
things.
manner of things.
So yeah.
Yes. She wants to search under here.
Okay, give me a perception.
Okay. Activate. Roll. Ooh.
Ooh, very nice. You find a chunk of, like, the top of, like, a crate with the handle still attached. It would make a pretty good light shield, actually. Just like a light wooden shield to protect yourself. And you find a, like a splinter of metal that, like, it could probably pass as, like, a dagger, but it's not a good dagger. It's
Metal
It's a
shiv.
shiv. Yeah.
a shiv, basically.
Alright, she's gonna make a grab for that shiv, and then like come up, lift her head up above water, and just doing the damn it fucking eyes, as she's going to bounce back to shore.
That is a broken dagger, functionally. So it deals half damage, but it is a dagger.
Hurrah! Alright, that's my turn.
All right, then
Hey,
we've
at the
got-
very least, it does the same thing, the same amount of damage that we would do with clubs.
Yeah, but we
We
get
have
sneak attack
negative
from it.
strength, so it'd be, you actually get sneak attack, and you get your default to hit.
Maker.
Maker is basically just going to say, unhand me, you goddamn beast, and just going to shoot it again. hope that
That
hits.
will do it. As Maker's cutting beam cuts into it, the shell on its back cracks, and a rather delicious smell actually fills the air. The smell of cooking crab, as the crab like flails wildly, lets go immediately, and suddenly seems, one, much more vulnerable. Like its shell is cracked, and it seems like it's very easy to harm now, and it also seems much less interested in brawling. So with that, Soot.
I guess I'm gonna pick up the rope.
All right,
So I got a club and the rope,
as you do.
and then I'm just gonna go over this way.
Just gonna sort of scoot away.
Yep.
Makes
I'm gonna
sense.
suit away. All right, that's my turn.
The wonders of Firebolt.
Question: when you say half damage, is that a D2 instead of a D4, or is it the full thing
It's
plus
D4
modifier
and then
and down?
half. Yeah, at the end.
Okay.
Round up, I believe. Or,
Okay.
yeah, I think. Or no, it's round down. Everything is round down. That's right. This thing is going to attempt to run away. Does Maker attempt to make an opportunity attack?
My weapon is also broken, so I'm not actually going to bother. I don't think it's kind of worthwhile. Maker just wanted to be free.
Of course you wouldn't. Can't eat it.
Yeah,
The crab flees, though it's not
it's actually
gone yet.
being in that box actually kept him very well supplied. Because thanks to strange arcane sciences, he feeds on being in the dark.
Interesting. He is anti-solar powered.
Yes.
Crom, you're up.
We know your weakness, a well-lit room.
Crom's going to step up to here and just wallop the flat back.
Give it a wallop. Smack.
I don't have any weapon buttons, so I'm going to have to do this manually.
That's a hit.
And it's a D10, right?
Yep. Plus strength. Bam. You don't quite crack the shell, but you still feel like you got a solid hit in.
Little things.
And with that, it takes up the challenge and throws its own punch. It's not gonna let some big old dog show it up. It's going to let some big old dog show it up as it just sort of like brings its claw down on Crom's like toes, like painful, but not like damaging. It just sort of like slams him in the foot.
Ow! You little.
Desticia. I'm going to pronounce her name.
Beast!
Going to pronounce her name with every permutation. What is the correct pronunciation of her name?
Desticia.
Desticia. I see.
Has to make it hard.
She is a deciduous species.
More like deciduous. Gotcha.
Ah.
I'm gonna change my target. Yep. I am swinging. I am shooting an Eldritch Bolt at the mossy back in front of Crom.
All right, go for it. That's a hit.
Oop. Wrong damage.
We all
There we go.
have the 1d20.
It's the same.
The correct damage, after all. So, describe to us what Desticia's Eldritch Bolts look like. What is this like blast of arcane power that she's throwing out?
He brings up one hand and writes does a few sigils with it in the air, and there's a flash of blue as when the sigil completes, and a streak of blue energy is flung through the air and strikes the crab, bursting in just flowy azure particles.
Very nice. Between Crom's mighty wallop and your azure bolt, this one's shell also seems to be broken, and it seems to have lost much of its will to do battle in the process. But it's still there, Bayleaf.
Bayleaf. Right. Bayleaf is going to enter a little makeshift shift, and she's going to sprink across the sand to here. Actually, yes, I can shift that one. Right. I am going to does this flanking in the system?
I think there is. Let's say there
Yes.
is. Yeah,
There is.
I believe it's expertise die.
Expertise die. Okay.
I also asked the question then. Elsewhere.
I'm sorry, I did not catch your question. What was it?
I didn't voice it. I asked the in the background, let's say.
I see. Oh, how do you add the ability modifier to the damage roll of your cantrips? You can assign it in. It's like in that page of formulas. There's like a little button you can highlight.
I have it. I have it added. I'm asking if it's added.
I don't know if it's added because I know warlocks get a specific ability to add their
It is not
spell
added by
casting
default.
modifier.
It is not
It's
added by
not.
default.
Then I'm going to have to. I have been doing more damage. Than
Whoa.
Okay.
Maker's pure indignation allowed him to briefly break the rules and deal more damage than he should have.
I'm guessing that having a thing equipped doesn't give you any kind of hack. Because I've equipped that dagger and there is no attack button. Okay. Manual it is. So, D20 plus 2 plus 3. Right. She is going to try and. Oh, and the expertise die. I'm sure it's going to help. Which I believe is D4 for the first one.
Yes.
Nice. 8.
That actually hits, thanks to
What?
the broken shell.
My god.
These things are
Okay.
slow, they just have a tough shell on them.
Question: is my sneak attack die halved?
I don't actually know. I'm gonna go with no.
Okay. In that case, I will roll these separately. This is the base dagger damage, which will be halved, so 2.
2 plus.
And then 86. 4 damage total
Very good.
of the piercing variety.
That brings low this mossy flatback. Is there a way? There, it's no longer in combat. And
Take that, you weird crab fish boulder thing.
the
Nice shot.
the other one is still scuttling away. Maker, would you like to?
I guess Maker is good. In the interest of extending a hand of friendship, Maker is going to get up and shoot the crab again.
As you do.
Moment.
That's a success.
That's 2 more damage on the crab.
The air is filled with the additional smells of delicious roasting crab. It's not quite dead yet, but if the rest of you, would you like to take down the crab? There is no real issue preventing you from doing so safely now. All it's trying to do is escape. and it's not very fast.
It's smelling it. Kroms is definitely going to try and take it out because they haven't had a decent meal in ages.
Crom's
I
the
reckon you should
closest
still give
one.
this crab a chance to fight back. It could murder one of us.
Give me like one more attack. With your... Yep. Crom easily smacks this crab open and just it sort of lets out a small hiss as it like collapses, legs splayed on the edge of the beach where it's about to head into the forest. This particular breed of crab tends to nest near creeks and rivers more than oceans, which suggests to you that there may be freshwater nearby. Probably not too far away.
Ah, take that! We have solved your riddle, gods above! You thought you could take us and drain us of our souls? No! We continue to fight, and we'll live on!
What are you talking about?
I'm very, very
We had a
tired.
lot of salt water.
We should get off the beach. There might be survivors from the ship wreckage, and I don't want to be found by the Imperial soldiers we just escaped from.
Yeah, okay,
Escape is a strong word, but I agree.
I'm counting it.
We should move on.
This is big.
Are you
These are pretty heavy, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, these
prisoners?
are very heavy. Like Crom could maybe carry one. But someone is also probably going to realistically have to carry Destisha.
She just kind of clears her throat.
I might need a little bit of assistance over here.
The imp sticky legs.
They took my legs. They were so expensive.
She starts. It sounds like she's breaking down, but it's more like, but in a way that's more whiny than actual being bereft.
Do you know how long I had to wait for those custom-made calves? They were made of marble from Gazoya, and
All sympathy fades from Bayleaf's face.
While the station complains, Maker walks up behind the Chrome and just says, I really wish they hadn't stolen my tiny violin. Right now.
What manner of creature are you?
I'm a Lackmarin constructed. What manner of creature are you? Some kind of half-breed Minotaur dog?
First of all, that's very rude of you. Second of all, no. Crom kind of leans in, looking Maker over. Very interesting instruction.
Maker,
Kind of.
why don't you give a brief like visual description of Maker, Draken, since I don't think we've really had a chance to.
Maker is a human-sized humanoid. His underplating is made. It appears to be some form of copper wire, and his armor is it's made of metal plating. I'm not sure how. I'm kind of treating the Erudan Empire and its populace, which is everybody else, as dumbasses. And I'm not sure if they would know what brass is, which is actually what he's made of.
Yeah, it's a material that is available, but
Kind of.
yeah.
The gem in his chest, it might look like a soul gem, I suppose, but it's decorative, and it's just decorative.
I see.
Crom kind of reaches over and flicks him on the head twice to kind of hear what the material is made out of. Interesting. Then
Crom,
he-
as a fairly accomplished smith, you actually probably would recognize brass. Like, you know what this is.
Bryce entirely brass, sorry.
Yes, a Lachman standard.
Oh,
Good lord. I suppose you're a smith. Or whatever passes for a smith in Imperial lands.
It's made of what now?
is
It's made of fake gold, the kind that's used in locks.
Oh, what is it, ass?
All
let's see.
right.
Crom is
Not a
going.
few whores that said that their asses were basically gold, so it kind of tracks.
Supposed to make sense.
I'm
Crom
gonna
is
turn
going-
Soot up a little bit. I can hear Sammy, but Soot's voice is a little bit lower register.
It's a bit low. Yeah.
You should be able to boost her in Discord.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
boosting her in Discord now. Could you say something?
As Sammy or as
as
Suit?
As Soot.
Yeah, it's all about that ass.
Marvelous.
Okay, yeah, that seems a bit better.
Brainleaf is actually going to try and sort of catch Suit's attention, not waving outright, just little head bobs, and then she's going to motion to the crab as if like, help me drag this into the forest.
Suit will come over and help you with that.
She'll look over at Maker and go, "Well, not Fro. You want to help the upper crust lady there?"
I suppose I can drag her by one of the exposed parts or something. She looks light enough.
You could just carry me, not drag.
No.
A piggyback? I can just get on the back. Don't drag me. I just had this. Do you know what it was like swimming through that without any legs? I'm tired.
I just floated inside the box.
So you had it easy.
Crom is going to pick up this other crab, ignoring the exchange
One
down
more.
there.
Is that
One
one dead?
One more complaint, and I'm going to drag you by the hair.
I thought that one just wandered away.
No, we've finished it off. Gonna lean in to Suit as she comes to help drag this and go, "I don't know about the big guy, but I am pretty sure those two down there probably Imperial."
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, and I'm not that strong.
Yeah, this is fucking heavy. Alright, the two strength 8 characters are trying to drag this crab
The
off.
fuck? Is this even edible? Is it poisonous? I don't know.
Is it edible? It better be.
You slowly manage to drag the crab off the beach into the woods. You're able to find, as you move away from the beach, the sound of the sound of the ocean and of the rain, it fades slowly as you move into the dense foliage of Partu's temperate woods. The trees are dense and the undergrowth is very thick here. There's lots of ferns, lots of
Why don't we
thick,
just
viney
cut pieces
plants.
out of it instead of dragging the whole thing?
It does look like most of it is shell that you are dragging along.
I mean, it's a crab. It's really, you shuck the meat out really easy. You can do it with your bare hands. Crab falls apart.
Anyone want to give me a survival check?
Sure.
Let's see. Do I? No. Is there such a thing as the help action in this?
Yes.
There is, yes.
Okay. I would like to help Suit then.
So I get advantage.
Oh, is there advantage or expertise in this?
I don't know, but
I don't
I'll
know.
take it.
Both. I think you can have both.
Okay.
Well, I rolled it that way, so
Okay.
15 is the best, I guess, is what it does.
2d20 kilometers per hour.
I think
Yeah, I
Keep
guess.
highest.
Okay, keep highest. So
Oh.
15. So 15. And like I said, it's a crab. I used to break them apart all the time. They're not hard. It's basically just
Yeah, it's
breaking
crab.
the shell
So
off.
that's plenty. That's more than plenty. You're able to extract, like you set up after let's be honest, probably after about 5 minutes of lugging this crab into the forest.
It's
you're
like,
able
fuck
to
this,
find-
go any further.
I'm not even going
find-
5 minutes. Bailey,
Yeah.
Bailey might have that go
Can we
part.
say we give up at the tree line?
We're giving up at the tree line. We're looking at the trees, and I'm just sitting there going, man, last thing I want to do is go a ways into the woods and then have us get jumped by a wolf, and we're both naked, wet, no
tired from
weapons,
grabbing crab.
tired from grabbing a crab. Let's just break it apart because we were just basically looking so we can dive into cover. This is all this is. So we're at the tree line.
All right, so you're able to find a nice area where a particularly large tree provides a little bit of shelter from the constant rainfall. There's not much wind now, thankfully. The rainfall is pretty much straight down, just this oppressive drizzle that, Bailey, if
We're already
you've
wet.
lived-
The rain doesn't mean much anymore.
Yeah, Bailey, if you've lived in Partu and you know that once a big storm tears through, this kind of rain just lasts for days afterwards. This weather's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Fairly unfazed by this.
Feels like home.
But
I figured we came out of the ocean wet, cold, and afraid.
Listen,
and we're
I don't know about
continuing to be
the-
wet, cold,
I
and
have
afraid.
been in a swimming pool and have hid under a floating thing to try and escape the rain while I'm in the swimming pool.
the
I don't know what your reasoning was.
It's annoying.
the crab you're able to extract. From one crab you're able to extract let's say 8 portions of crab meat. Each one would make a solid meal. From the other one you're able to extract 3 portions of crab meat and 5 portions of cooked crab meat from the one that Maker was blasting. The cooked crab
Okay.
meat is slightly burned because it was not cooked over a stove, it was cooked with a heat weapon, but it's still cooked.
It's okay. You wouldn't cook it on a stove anyway. You
Technically, it was cooked
boil the
over.
crab.
Yeah.
You boil the whole crab. Steam it out.
Strictly speaking,
So
it
the
was-
fact that it was cooked on a stove has ruined it already. It dried it out.
It's very sweet though. A little dry from the method of preparation, as we can call it the method of preparation, right?
Yeah,
It's,
a few days without actually having any proper food.
Close
She's
enough.
going to try eating that anyway. She's going to make an unpleasant face as she's doing so because this isn't prepared properly. But she will start chowing down.
Mm-hmm.
Crom's going to take one of those pieces of cooked meat and try it himself. I think I could make a good broth out of this.
Oh.
Suit is going to be busy trying to find a way to carry said crab meat, as we have no backpacks.
What is
or
our
bags.
clothing situation, by the way?
We are rags right now,
Yeah,
is what I was told.
you have tunics and trousers, but they're really
Oh,
low
we
quality.
actually so we have more than just a wrapping.
Yeah, you have they're cheap, widely produced
All right, well, Suit has no concern about
Yeah,
this.
I'm taking
Takes
my
her
top
tunic
off. Yeah,
Yeah,
making bags.
they're making bags. It's
Or
soaking
at least
wet
just wrapping
anyway.
up the meat
You
in
did
them.
say
Yeah.
that Suit has a rope, right? You could use
Yeah,
that to tie up something.
I'm holding on to this rope. We might need it.
Or we could just put the Stisha on her 6 knot legs and have her carry stuff on her back.
No, I'm not crawling.
Well, I don't think it would be crawling. Technically, it would be more like scuttling.
I'm not scuttling.
You know, I think I was wrong. That's most likely not a thrall. Thralls are a bit nicer.
She just kind of is sitting next to
Well,
up against a tree. Up next to the
and
tree,
people
they're
wonder
resting.
and people wonder why why I'm rude to Imperials.
Hey, ain't no fucking Imperial.
Farmer Imperials.
There ain't no former Imperial either.
This thing I am dragging was literally complaining about how how expensive her stuff was.
Yeah, pretty obvious with her.
She's an Imperial.
Well, we were all literally on the same boat here. So, if we're gonna start being all racist, can we leave that in the ocean and just kind of try and survive here?
I'm sorry, what?
As long as we all remember that we're better than you, I think it's fine.
I ain't gonna weep over your own kind betraying you.
Just stop referring me as a troll, please. It's demeaning.
You don't like him, so you've gone up a mark anyway.
Those things are made by idiots who can't even
Wow.
properly build anything without mangling a fleshling first.
My gosh, we've been conscious for like maybe 20 minutes, and we're already trying to tear the informed apart. What is wrong with you people?
You people?
Excuse me? I just badmouthed the people who mangle other sapiens for body parts, I suppose. Why are you?
I'm gonna toss the sissy of the rope.
Thanks for a rope.
You might be able to use it to lash yourself onto somebody.
Are we gonna C3PO her?
I thought it was actually a kindness because I thought if Maker was the one carrying her, it might be easier so Maker doesn't have to grab.
No, she's got to go on the back of Crom. It'll be perfect.
Maker actually has a pretty good carrying capacity, so I was wondering what this is.
I do kind of want to see Crom have to carry the Sissia. That would
Chewie
be
and C3PO.
great. I know. I mean, the Sissia's missing legs and everything.
This is the wrong game for that.
We can take
guys.
one arm. We can take one arm away, and it's perfect.
Star Wars games tomorrow.
All right.
The Star Wars game is every day. Yeah.
You have
So
a meal of crab.
I'm gonna take my tunic and tying up all the food. Suit is actually not eating her food.
I see.
Esticia is taking her portion, and she has it in two hands, and two of her other hands are over glow over top of it. There's a small flash, and before it's sizzling a little bit, and then just stuffs it into her mouth and starts eating it. Casts prestidigitation to heat it and flavor it.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to pack the uncooked portions and I'll pack the cooked?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Crom, do you eat your fill? You do have to eat twice as much as anyone else because you are large.
He's going to just eat the eat one of the cooked. I guess there are two portions.
There would be two for you, yeah.
So
he's Maker doesn't have to eat.
Yeah,
darkness.
He's going to have two of those cooked pieces just so that way he has something in his stomach.
All right.
I guess while everyone else eats, Maker is going to look for anything useful in the wreckage.
Heading back out into the beach.
Perception.
Let me know if you find any legs out there.
I will do my best. It's not very good.
Maker finds her own legs.
You just find things suitable as clubs and heavier clubs. The same like light shield that Soot found. If she's not carrying it.
I didn't find a light shield.
No, I found a light shield, and I left it underwater. It's no use to me.
Yeah, so you could find that just sort of like floating out in the water and grab it.
I guess Maker will pick that up. It might be useful.
Other than that, would you like to... You could head inland. You could walk along the shoreline Again, who made the good nature check? I believe it was Soot and Destisha. Both know there's probably fresh water nearby, given this particular species of crab, which implies like a river, or maybe a pond or lake.
Everyone was concerned about the guards searching the shores. I suggest we move inland and get some clean water. I'm tired of drinking the salt water.
You aren't supposed to drink the salt
Yes,
water.
I know. That's why I'd want some fresh water.
I wasn't sure if you were educated about that.
No, it's not being brought to you in a sparkling glass or anything.
Can we keep the slights to ourselves? I mean, I know that you guys seem to have a slight issue with Imperials or the people of the Empire, but I would like to remind you, I was on the barge just like everyone else.
Wait,
Why?
why are you on the barge?
Yes.
Because I was arrested and going to be sent to thraldom like everyone else here. So I really
Technically, I
don't
wasn't
need
arrested.
being insulted and torn apart and just I could really use some
Yeah, the
camaraderie right now.
You have the marks of like a flesh weaver about you.
Oh, that's because I've got some good grafts here.
She just brings up her arms.
But it's grafting is not an evil art.
Well, I
Soot
suppose-
turns away from this conversation and just starts walking into the woods.
Ethically sourced.
Ethically sourced what?
Ethically sourced parts. I've got these off a dying child. They weren't going to use them. That's why they're smaller than the rest.
All right.
Not trying to be anyone's enemy here. Can you believe this?
She looks up at Crom. Crom's busy. What? He turns around. He was surveying the area.
Crom just enjoys the fact that Crom's in position everybody think Crom best.
He's a good boy.
His tail
On
wags.
defaults to leader. We all look up to him.
Ah ha ha.
Look, if you've got
Yeah.
a dog in the party and you're not following the dog around, what are you doing?
Not
Um,
following the dog around.
Would it be possible to do some kind of roll to like try and figure out where along Partu's coast we are?
Yes. Let's say that would be. What role would that be? Like geography?
That
I
is
think-
survival?
I think,
Yeah,
I
that's
think,
for
it,
survival. Yeah.
I
Okay.
think that's a specialty for nature as well, I think.
Any bonuses to being a Partu native?
Yeah. I'll say you get an extra D4 on that.
Okay. Oh, roll. I'm great.
I will roll as well. Might as well. That was nature?
Nature or survival?
Survival. Yep.
Survival.
I'll do nature because I feel better. And I'm a Partu native, you said?
No. That is
Or
Bailey.
I'm not.
Only Bailey lives
Okay.
here.
I did worse because I don't know this at all. That makes
you
sense.
know you're on the southern coast somewhere?
I know
The
the
ocean's right
sand
there
is
to the south of
coarse.
us.
Yep. You know you're on the southern coast somewhere, and you are pretty sure that you are on the Partu mainland, and not one of like the smaller outlying islands. Other than that, you're not really sure. You don't have the best sense of geography. Bailey grew up in a city most of the time.
Uh-huh.
And hasn't spent a ton of time in the Partu wilderness, as evidenced by her inability to identify one of the most common pieces of local wildlife.
Can Crom do a survival to start trying to
figure out where the river would be
Yes, you can.
based?
Go for it. You are able to suss out, like, you're able to, like, survey the surroundings, and you're able to find a small creek which leads to a stream. And after, like, it's a bit of a hike, let's be honest here. You're all hiking for about an hour before your little stream leads you in turn to a larger stream, and then another hour or so of hiking, and you have found a river. And this is like a big, wide river, clean, flowing water. If you look down, it leads right to the ocean. If you look up, it probably leads, well, obviously it leads deeper into the mainland.
Wouldn't it go the other way? Because they turn into rivers as they get to the ocean.
Yes, you're following the streams to the river, but the river goes to the ocean.
These are little offshoot streams.
These are little offshoot streams, yeah. But you found the main river, and most towns in Partu are built up in main rivers because the continent was settled from the coasts inward. And
So we'd probably be better heading back out towards the ocean now that we found this river. Just following the river itself rather than the streams.
Yes, you're pretty close to the ocean, so if you follow it a little bit inland, you're still very close to the ocean after following those streams.
Crom at this point is just carrying Testitia under his arm, like a suitcase, a whiny suitcase that's very blue.
As you do.
Blue and pale.
So
And
do you continue?
covered in dirty rag.
Do you continue to press upwards, upriver, towards where you think a town might be?
Maker does recommend going that way. Should I do that thing? Okay. I do recommend going up the river and finding a town. You need clothes, I need tools. The blue bag of potatoes needs
Friends, apparently.
bag legs or something.
What would be like? I'm assuming the rags were in our haphazard state. How likely are we to be identified as prisoners?
I'd say we look probably the part pretty well. Where it looks like escaped somethings. It's not going to look good.
Yeah, you look out of place. Just
I don't think we should go to town right away. Not until we have at least some sort of supplies. Anybody might just turn us over to the local nobility for reward.
That being said, anyone can give me a small, let's say, history check.
One moment, I think I have history.
History. I am very well learned.
There we go.
Um,
And look, I was about to give some Partu lore.
Maker knows full well that, and Destastia has an idea of this as well. This is pretty common knowledge. The imperial settlements do not share information on prisoners being missing. By and large, if you're outside of the place you were captured, nobody really cares what crimes you've done unless you're a big shot criminal. Unless you've done something to get yourself on large rosters, a lot of you are fodder, and no Imperial is really going to recognize or care about you. Probably. They might think you look a little weird.
It's just of the mindset of, honestly, if we look like criminals, we're just going to get victimized because we look like criminals. So
I don't look like a criminal, and I'm being victimized.
We won't be taken very good care of.
I was going to comment on the fact that Partu is the newest imperial province, and there is basically no presence because.
Yes, there's also.
Is that net in character?
No, that I'm talking out of character. This
Okay.
is sad information.
Yeah, this is their maker also knows, and honestly, Bayleaf also knows.
Bayleaf knows that we're not an imperial province. Thank you very much.
There are Imperial guards stationed in most towns, but
We're an
not a ton of
invaded
them.
country.
You have been conquered. You technically are.
Oh,
Also, we have nothing to trade.
frankly, we might be better off just hitting a house outside the town and having
What
some
was
clothes. Is that-
Might need to just rob a farm.
Or we could ask to borrow something from the farm. You know.
Yeah, there is always the option to work, and they did not manage to rob
You
me
know,
of
Do you
everything.
need all those shiny plates on you?
Make rises his slightly damaged saw blade towards Toot and spins it.
Sort of. Like, feels
Suit's
like
going to open up her mouth a little bit, pull back to show her gums. She's missing most of her teeth.
I don't have many teeth left to sell. I'm looking for options to get us fast cash.
Yes, I was going to say they did not take everything I have on me when they put me in that box. I still have some short-lived chemicals I could share with any needy locals.
Oh, we could sell you, and then you could escape.
This is
Look at you going
Why
around
Why
selling.
does everyone outside of like Matter think I'm a thing and not a person?
I'm
Oh,
you're a
wow.
person. That's why
I
you
wonder
can
what
escape.
that's like.
as
don't
He
you're-
does
mind
have
me,
a
I'm
point.
just a-
You'd do quite well at posing as something that wasn't a person, and they wouldn't be able to tell. It'd
As
be a
you're
really
having
great
this-
way to make money.
As you're having this conversation, you step out of the forest and onto a damp and very muddy, but pretty clearly marked path that is moving along.
Oh, I'm getting back off that, back into the woods. Hell no.
Moving along the side of the river, continuing north, and the forest is pretty thick, but this is a sure sign that you're close to civilization, at least.
The first sign of habitation. Good.
Well, at least if we could get closer and see what's up around there, we're not gonna be able to use the crabs to get clothes unless we get a whole bunch of them and like make crab armor. But that would.
We left the crabs behind, unfortunately.
I have a question.
All you have is crabs.
My criminal background gave me a magical gold coin that basically reappears on my person.
Oh, you were able to find that.
Okay,
It
she's
is, it is you that like shield that you found, like that Nico's carrying around now, like wedged in between a couple planks of it. There's like a little golden coin. That a single galder.
she's actually going to glance at them all before just pulling out the little gold coin and going, could get us something at least.
All right.
Well, it's a start.
We're not destitute.
Let's hide the meat somewhere outside of whatever town we find. That way we have it at least outside.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We'll
In
dig
case
a-
we need to run back out.
We could dig a hole and cover it with leaves.
I could just carry the meat. I
You
mean,
don't have a bag. Do you want to take your shirt off too?
you could just give me your bag.
My bag is my shirt, and I'd like to put it on before we go into town.
Fair. Now you're
I
going to
think
smell it.
Bayleaf would like to do the same.
Yeah, just a tad.
I really just wonder if we couldn't just offer to work. The locals probably have some menial tasks that we could perform for some necessary sundries.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We
Yes,
don't know how.
I know these three look useless, but we don't have many options. Like a thief, a highborn, and I guess A centaur.
What is your
Centaur.
profession?
Sorry, what?
I didn't know that having mostly arms made you a centaur.
It doesn't.
I,
I suppose we could be distant kin, couldn't we, Imperial?
Sure. Why not?
She's probably got parts, at least.
anyway,
Well-
we really should find civilization and try to either get some anything, or at least get some pity.
Do you continue?
Yeah,
up
I
the
kind
road?
of would like to stop being treated as luggage, so I'm quite fine with being viewed as a criminal for maybe a few moments more if it means I can go find some legs and get my own locomotion.
Well, it seems
Just a
like.
thought.
What was your name?
She
Well,
has to
now
rip
that
on.
Oh.
Did any of us actually
She
introduce?
turns directly away from Justicia.
Bailey
actually-
looks like she's about to
Did any
answer,
of us
hesitates
actually introduce
briefly.
each other?
What was that?
Did we actually introduce ourselves to one
Nobody-
another?
We haven't. We
No.
haven't.
No.
That's why I'm having this conversation.
You're all
Yeah,
just
Bailey
you at this point.
looks like she's about to answer, and then hesitates for a second and just goes,
You can call me
Yeah.
Suit.
in that case, I used to go by Baby, so you can call me
All
that.
right. Well, baby, it's your money. You make the decisions.
I am Maker, 4th Order Engineer. At your service.
Your 4th Order Engineer was your maker.
No, I am Maker, a 4th Order Engineer. That's my...
You are made by a 4th Order Engineer.
No, my creator was a 3rd Order Engineer, actually, but that's not the point, but...
Are you,
I mean-
so, Maker, is that like...
That's part... It's part of my name. It's...
Is it like when a smith makes something and they put a mark on it?
That's what you were
It's
made
my
for?
job.
It's a title.
Yes, it's a title. It's a title.
Then
I'm
what's your name if that's your title?
Maker.
No, that's your title.
No,
You
my
don't get to be
title-
Lord.
My title is 4th Order Engineer. My name is Maker. Well,
Not very.
Wait,
And what
no,
about you, big boy?
you're confusing me. All of this is my name.
You know, I thought me and Baby had some strange names, but Maker. Okay.
Maybe
What
it's a nickname, a homonym. Maybe it's
What about you, Four Arms?
I have 6, thank you very much.
Oh, I thought you just had 2 funny legs.
No, we've already pretty well established that I don't have any of those. Well, we're finally exchanging greetings. My name's Desticia
She stops for a moment and thinks.
Desticia Valantius.
Right. Despicable. All right.
Valantius
Now,
Vindred.
what was your name? Tall, dark, and handsome.
Oh, okay. I'll just stay here then.
Grim. It just gives a curt nod.
That's a proper name.
That's a good one.
I have a proper
I'm
name.
envious of that name.
I seem to be the only one with a full name here.
I
I've
give
got a
my
full
full
name,
name.
but I don't kind of feel like sharing it with you right now,
Yeah, I
Well,
think it
no.
might be a bit much to share my full name with a bunch of people I'm hoping to ditch. All right, so we should go.
Well, now who's bad mouthing whose culture now?
I am not bad mouthing anybody's culture. I'm bad mouthing the lot of you.
Are you guys continuing? Are you continuing up the path while you have this conversation, or are you like moving through woods near?
I would like to keep to the woods myself.
Yeah, I don't really want to stay on the road just because if
Maker is
guard
going-
patrols come by or something.
Maker is going to prefer being off-road as
Yeah,
well.
Because
He wants to be-
welcoming culture here or not, we were just arrested and put on a ship and almost drowned. I think paranoia.
And
might be
also,
slightly justified.
we don't know if there are surviving soldiers and stuff like that from that boat that will Even if it's, oh well, the local constabulary won't do anything about it, doesn't mean that when those people come calling, they won't assist them in the look. So it's better to be cautious.
And I don't really have a choice in the matter. I'm just stuck under Crom's arm.
Crom is going
Yeah.
to take the road because he's not very mobile in the underbrush, and he's getting tired of tree branches smacking himself in the
Alright,
face.
we'll keep track of you from the woods.
Okay. As you move along, the first thing you see of the town are its fences. They are jarringly different in construction from like basically everything else here. They are tall wooden spires. Each one of them seems to have been made from like a solid tree trunk, like a mast or something. Just a good like they're good like 15 feet high, and each one of these like poles is wrapped with like a dull gray wire. There's about like 6 inches between each like row of wire, and whenever like rain hits this wire, there's like a slight hiss and a burst of steam coming from it. You can see there is a gate at the south. Like as you approach from the south, one moment. Let's get map transition time.
Well, this means we have to kill everyone in town because that's the only reason that we'd have a map.
Oh no.
It could be an exploration map.
Nope, it's murder everybody map.
We'll be able to tell if there are squares on it or not.
Yep.
Well, on the plus side, at least I can't commit murder.
What? That's not a plus side.
It is a plus side. I'm talking about the technicality. Since I'm not people in Erudan, I can't commit murder.
Oh, it's not that.
We're not in Erudan.
We are.
Legally, you are.
Okay.
As far
No.
as Erudan is concerned. But let us activate this map. Pull everyone in.
I don't own a token. Is there
No
any
vision
on
in the
map?
scene.
Yeah.
Thing is
There's no
black.
vision of the scene. Let's configure the scene lighting.
I'm blind.
Are you saying you can't commit murder because you're an automaton?
No, I can't commit murder because
He can't
technically
be-
I'm an
There, how are
object.
we now?
It's a crime
It's-
that people commit.
He's saying that he's not incapable of it. He just can't be tried for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you don't need to be tried for it because then you're just not people then, right?
Yes, that's the joke.
Yeah.
We're giants.
All right, I'm going to smash the houses on the left. You smash the houses on the right. We'll take their tasty jelly beans. I can see the colors poking out of their houses.
So this is not a tiny thing. I just, out of consideration, I decided to not make your tokens like 1 pixel large. I thought you might appreciate that.
You made the map bigger.
It's either that or make a giant map.
Yes, and I gave myself the consideration of not doing that. However, at the front gate, there's not really a gate here. There's just like an opening in the fence. Also, anyone can give me an engineering check seeing the fence.
Well, that's my job.
I'll pass. It's not really useful.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's not really a thing. Not something I'd be considering.
Crom and especially Maker can both identify that this is a pretty simple, like, acotic charge running through the fence. Probably heat-based, where it's letting off, like, a small burst of energy whenever anything touches it. It would not be difficult at all to disable. It's probably here mostly to keep out wildlife.
All right, so that's the first thing that we're going to do. We're going to take out the fence and get everyone in town killed.
However,
Great
at the
plan.
front gate, Crom can see a single battle thrall, a short bronze blade on the back of each arm, and its masked face impassive. It's standing guard. To its side, far less intimidating but technically in charge because thralls cannot think, is a Consoro girl who cannot be out of her teens, wearing a slightly too big cuirass dyed in imperial crimson and looking very much the part of a drowned dog. Her ears and tail droop with the constant downpour, and she has the feel of someone who has not had as much sleep as she'd like. She notices Crom because Crom is big. You cannot really not notice Crom. And just sort of like raises a hand. Does not draw like a weapon. She has like a spear in one hand. But it's
I
like,
also like the fact that Crom is basically carrying somebody underarm
yeah.
that's just flailing about.
I'm not flailing. That's too much energy. She's gonna stop
Are you now
flying.
doing
ages
the arms drooped, just like
Yeah.
This is my fate.
This
Yep.
guard just raises a hand. Halt, one moment, please. Who are you?
From Grim. Recent arrival.
And I'm Justicia.
Raises a hand under Crom's arm.
Okay. She like looks between the two of you, like looks up at Crom, looks sort of down into the side to Sticia.
What?
The two of you?
You see how you see out there in the waves?
Her eyes start to water as she points towards the sea.
The storm crashed our ship upon the rocks. There were very few of us left. I lost both my legs in the encounter, but it was fortunate that our group leader here was able to fish me out of the waters.
Gives a weird look to Justicia.
Could you
There's
give a persuasion check here?
that's a deception, isn't it?
That is a
It's-
deception, yeah.
Yeah, I'm being
It's a
generous
lie.
here. There's enough truth in this statement. That I'll be
Not!
generous.
Well, it's all true, technically speaking.
No, it's not. She didn't lose her legs in the accident.
Oh, that's fair. Give me a deception check.
Well, and also it was not our ship, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm not the leader.
This is
Besides,
paint-
attempts to mislead are a deception thing, so.
Yeah.
It works.
Mhm.
That's a
He's
success.
going for sympathy.
She just looks. This guard looks a little like baffled, and she's just like, "So, only 2 survivors from a shipwreck? Are you okay? I mean, other than, oh no, you're obviously not okay. You're missing limbs. Is it just you, or
now one or two more injured just a little ways back, but it was difficult for them to come with us. Do you think we could get some like clothes or supplies? It's hard for them to come forward into town because they have naught but rags. Please, you're one of the only people that can help us.
She just sort of like wilts a little bit, looks to the sides and like sighs and just goes, okay, let me think for a second. Let me think. Okay, I've got it. Here, take this. She like shrugs off like the sort of waterproof cloak around her shoulders and hands it out, holds it out. Just take this to, okay, go into town, turn left, head down to the water, look for the blacksmith's house. That is, that's Miss Sersha's house. She is she'll know what to do with you. Just tell her that Isolde sent you, and she'll take care of you, I'm sure. Do you need directions to anything else in town, or
Just a warm place out of the rain would be nice right now.
You won't get warmer than a smithy as long as you don't mind crowds. Welcome to Galleon Village. Galleon Town, I guess. This is our hospitality to you. She gives like a small affirmative gesture and tries to smile. She mostly just looks tired. The thrall to her side just stares at you.
Thank you so much. Your kindness will never be forgotten.
She just kind of looks out to the forest to see if Bailey or Maker were paying attention to any of that, and if they wanted to come along. But if unless they decide to sneak in themselves or something, otherwise.
Maker is just going to walk out of the woods and
Oh shit!
wait.
Oh yeah, I'm staying in the woods.
I'm not only staying in the woods. I'm trying to move away from the area that he just walked out.
Yeah.
Oh wow, what's that? Like the gate guard like raises her spear. Just,
Don't worry, he's with us. It's with us.
Yeah, just doing that quietly.
Yes, probably do that. Here we go.
is that that's some sort of I don't know what that is. Is that a thrall or no?
Both.
That's a labor construct, isn't it? I don't
It
know.
was one of the workers on the ship.
More than a labor construct, but yes, I was in the forest trying to find some good wood to replace Miss Desticius' missing limbs.
He's
I
been
am-
nothing but a boon.
I am a skilled artisan, after all.
Huh. I didn't know they made those.
Well, I was very expensive.
Oh wow.
Humble, aren't you?
Sadly, all of our things were lost to the sea. Maker here is one of the last things one of the last things that reminds me of home.
And I guess, Miss, if you're an Imperial, then well, I suppose you could also visit the Praetor's Manor. I'm
We'll
sure.
check out the blacksmith first. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
You've done enough for us right now.
Well,
So,
either way, if you want to visit the manor house, it's got a big red roof and it's in the Erudan style. You really can't miss it. It's right at the center. It's right next to the garrison. If there's nothing else, then I should probably get back to standing here in the rain without a cloak now.
please take your coat back. We'll be we'll be under a roof soon anyway.
No, just when you get there, just tell Triss she's little. Tell my sister just to bring my coat back. Like, you are freezing and I am fine.
Do you want some burning lumber to heat you up in the while? I could get some branches and set them on fire for you.
Setting fires outside the city is probably against some kind of rule.
I see.
We'll get your sister to send the coat back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gives a small wave and stands aside. The thrall continues to stare at you with its just blank expression.
Question: how far out from like the gate is she standing? Is she standing like right in the middle of the lack of gate, I should say?
She is like right about there. Just like
But this looks like it's a pretty wide path.
it's a pretty wide path. Like it's maybe like it's wide enough.
Would
for,
it be
like, a
possible
couple
to sneak
cars.
past them while they're actually talking to these lot?
You could try. I'd say with that 25, you could probably manage it.
Well,
Wow.
it is an extra 20.
Yeah.
She would do it with Soot if Soot's willing to come along, sort of mouthsy like, go in.
There's not a lot to like stand behind, but you could like dart behind a house or something once you get here.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I'll try and dart behind. I'll spend my inspiration though to reroll that because
Okay.
13 wasn't that good. So I'll just have eaten that and then I'll reroll.
And natural 1.
Big money, no whammy.
Yeah, big money, no mammy. Yeah,
Hey.
alright.
It works.
A good follow with you.
There we go.
So
That
you
is
walk
nuts.
and or sneak through the gate, and you
Mhm.
pass into the town of Galleon.
Stealth deer.
And the village is like most of these small towns in Partu. It was raised primarily by magic. There's no bricks visible, and most of the buildings are sort of smooth, rounded stone with few like sharp edges or corners on anything. Lots of like low domes and sort of like curved corners. Like lots of wide dirt roads, like with domiciles loosely packed together. You can see in the river, there's quite a few boats out with colorful sails, and you can see like down by the docks, there's some. There appears to be some kind of like argument taking place between a group of what look like fishermen and some officials in imperial purple. You can see the Praetor's Manor and the garrison. They are readily visible, built off to the side of the town, and they have a very different architectural style to everything else. They are constructed in the Erudan aesthetic with lots of like marble and brick. Both look like despite being called a manor house, both of them look like pretty well fortified structures, and there's multiple thralls standing outside each of these buildings. You don't really see very many thralls in the streets, though, let alone soldiers. Most of the streets appear to be fairly empty at this time of day. It's kind of midday, but you see some activity up in the north around what looks like some kind of depot.
Okay.
As Crom walks down the street, he turns his head to Justicia. You did a great job lying to that child. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, I've had plenty of practice. You don't really get far in the capital without being able to sling your words around.
You know, I really should have asked you all what kind of criminals I was dealing with.
I'm hardly a criminal. I didn't do anything untowards to, like, anyone living.
It would be unwise to discuss criminality while walking in broad daylight through town.
Where you come from?
Crom jumps up a little bit and Justicia just holds on.
Listen, the little trader, not very good at her job. Managed to sneak in. Nice distraction, guys.
There are definitely better times to have this conversation.
You are definitely a master thief, being able to hide from a child like that. Incredible.
Me? A thief? I ain't never stole nothing.
I have.
Let's go.
Pretty sure they meant me.
She grins at Soot.
Let's go get us some clothes to make us look less like a criminal element.
Maybe we should split up a little bit. A big
Oh.
group of us in these rags walking around together. Looks a bit odd.
This
Sure.
actually, this. I'm going. He turns to the group. I'm going, and kind of puts Justicia, grabs her by the back of her rags and holds her in front of him. I'm just going to say this now. I know that we were all may have been some sort of criminal element, and that has like a major range when dealing with Imperials. But if I find out any of you are an unsightly sort and give any of these innocent people any trouble. He just kind of snarls at that last part. You're going to have to deal with me.
Oh, yeah.
Reasonable.
Yeah, sure.
Ain't ever no trouble. Don't you worry.
Good. He just goes back to his normal stoic look and puts the Siccia back underneath his arm and heads down to the blacksmith.
As you're walking down the street, you proceed basically without any fuss, although a small child does point out of a window at Maker at one point and just shout, "Orange Man!" But nobody really seems to be paying attention. It's the only people at home right now are children, the elderly, or sick, basically. Those who can't, be out working for whatever reason. You suspect that there's most of the town's probably either out on the river or in the fields, which you can catch glimpses of to the north.
Need to grab a drink real quick. I'll be ready.
Soot,
Yes, baby.
how about we use this coin, get ourselves some clothes so we don't stand out quite so much. Then
I could feel a good blade in my hand too.
I'm not sure it'll take us that far, but it's a start at least.
Yeah, maybe we can lift a knife somewhere.
Yeah. But lest we stand out, easier that'll be to do.
Yep.
Yeah, Soot and Bailey are going to go try and find somewhere to acquire clothes.
We were going towards the smith where they go, recommended to go.
So they're splitting off from the party, and Justicia, Crom, and Maker are heading forward.
Yeah, they're going to a blacksmith. We're going to try and find a general store, a clothier, something like that.
Even if we just find a random person's house that will sell some old clothes.
Right.
We're not looking for armor. We're looking for
A change of face.
Right. So let's go with the party moving forward first, while Soot and Bayleaf scatter out into the town a little bit. But Crom, Justicia, and Maker, they find one of the larger, domiciles in this little settlement. It is large by Partu standards, though still quite small by Erudan ones. Lots of looks like it was expanded on multiple times. Like most of these buildings, it's only one floor high. There don't really seem to be very many multi-story buildings here. They are generally quite flat, but there is a wide canopied smithy area out front, where you have a forge, you've got a couple anvils, and racks of civilian items like horseshoes and kettles and pots and that kind of thing. You see a woman working at the forge, sturdy, powerfully built, hair cut short and straight along the bottom in the style of someone who has time for exactly one knife stroke when it comes to keeping it tidy. She's got a sturdy leather apron, and as she turns to look at you, you can tell that while she's somewhere in her middle age, this is clearly a relative of, and probably the mother of, the young woman at the gate who sent you here. She just puts a hand on her hip, lets her, sets her hammer down on an anvil and just lets out a sigh of just, okay, who are you lot, and what do you
Why do you have my
need?
daughter's cloak?
Yeah, why do you have a sold? Did she send you here? What do you need? Okay, this is my problem now. This is what I'm going to be spending the rest of my day dealing with. Great. Introductions.
Hello there, madame.
I am Saoirse, blacksmith, mother of 9, closest thing to a community leader we have these days. who are you?
Well, you see, me and my fellows, we were part of a shipwreck that was dashed upon the shores just over yonder at the mouth of the river. And your daughter was kind enough to lend me her jacket and send us in your direction. We were hoping to get some bearings and assistance to, well, get ourselves running in this town. Literally, for some of us.
She kind of wiggles her stumps
Great.
of her legs.
Before Maker introduces himself, I want to try to make an investigation check to look around and try to get a feel of this person.
All right. Give me an investigation check. And is there anything in particular you're looking for? Just like vibes?
He's looking for vibes, and basically he wants to see if her demeanor tells him anything about how she feels about the big house on the opposite end of the city.
That would be. Is there an insight in this? Yes, there is.
There is, yes.
There is.
Give me an insight as well. The investigation can tell you. First off, there are actually a couple other people in this foundry or in this little smithy area. They're a little further back, and they're sort of like running around doing errands. Just a pair of. They look like maybe they're like 10, 11 years old. They look at you curiously, but they have a job that they're doing, and they are focused on that task. One of them pumps the bellows a few times to keep the fire running. There are no like imperial insignias anywhere that you can spot.
Well, I got a 1 on that insight check, so.
And there's no like weaponry you can spot anywhere. But you can probably intuit that like anyone who's referring to themselves as the closest thing the town has to community leader is presumably not including the praetor, who is literally in charge of this settlement.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, back to in character. I am Maker, further engineer, at your service.
Crom.
Huh.
If Crom gives us a signature curt nod.
Strange. I haven't met a Lakmaran since I was a little girl. You're far from home.
I am.
And well, I guess there isn't much friendly territory left these days, is there? But, well, if you need somewhere to get in and out of the rain, I've got spare rooms. But for now, I'm sorry, are you carrying... Like, who is carrying the crab? Is Crom still carrying a big satchel of crab meat?
They shouldn't be. We were going to hide it in the woods outside.
Okay.
So we were because me and Bailey
We had to reclaim our shirts.
We had to put our shirts on to go into town.
Gotcha.
So we said we were going to have to bury it outside town because there was no way that we were going in topless. Because we figured that would be a different faux pas.
Yes.
Okay. This is Partu, who knows?
So, okay. I can get you a place to rest and a meal. I can see what we can do about legs. I can't say that I'm a prosthetics expert, but I might be able to cobble something together. I suppose you'll need clothing too. My daughters have plenty of things they've outgrown, and I suppose I could lend some out. I can't say I have anything that fits the big man over there, though. She nods to Crom.
Fair.
If you have anything, anything completely useless and some tools, I could whip something out. I am very skilled.
I'll see what I can put together. Come on inside. I'll get you settled.
Thank you so much.
If
My ribs are killing me.
Niscali
If you-
hospitality isn't dead yet.
If you allow me, allow me your forge, I probably could whip something up for my compatriot here. I'm a blacksmith myself.
Interesting. We might have something to discuss. Come on inside.
Before Crom goes in, he shakes himself vigorously to get off the excess water before coming inside.
Does he put down Justicia before he does this?
In the mud.
No, he has her in his arm.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna be sick.
Hopefully.
I thought we were all very clear we don't care about the comfort of the Imperial.
Well,
Oh yes, everyone was extremely clear about this.
So while they're doing this, Soot and Bayleaf, give me let's say an investigation check to look around for.
I think I actually have feature bonuses.
I do as well. All I have.
Yes.
yeah.
You know your way around big cities and learn how to find people in urban locations. You can make an investigation check to learn the location of, or the narrator's discretion, gain a handful of clues to trail of a person by discreetly asking around in the right places. Difficulty checks DC 15 if the individual is not hiding. It's also, let's see.
I have how do I get my thing to come up? I have this.
Yeah, I'd say that that would work. Soot can find
Also, Soot's being very careful on her food.
between Soot's talent and
And I'll also
Bayleaf,
roll my.
you're able to
thing.
find
Oop, didn't roll with that, but yeah, we're good.
you're able to find like a small what looks like
A second-hand kind of thing.
yeah. There aren't very many like proper stores here, it seems like, but there seems to be a lot of like little houses that have little like notices outside of like things that they have that are
Oh, that's clearly why my investigation check didn't
Yeah.
work.
that
Like
they,
Gravity next door could fix up
can't
your
read.
whole for you for a couple of copper.
like hey, like we have this to give away, we need
So
this.
it's going, okay, this part of town looks like it might have the right kind of people we're looking for, where
Yep.
they might not have a short store, but they'll probably sell you something.
And you're able to find a place where there's actually like a couple like bored kids like managing a store, like not like children, but like 13, 14.
Yeah.
And
Adults in a fantasy sense.
yeah, they would be willing to trade like a couple like long tunics and old like pairs of trousers in exchange for the cool rope that you've got, like the big long like ship's rigging rope, which
They have a gold piece. We were gonna buy something.
Oh yeah, but like there's a general like lack of interest in like Imperial Galders. Like people seem much more like naturally inclined to like
Oh,
barter.
that's
for
unfortunate
something
because we
cool.
don't have a rope.
Don't you have the? I thought you.
Oh, we
had
gave
the
it to
with the-
Justicia so she could tie herself to Crom.
Oh well, in that case, you probably can pay for things with the magic coin, which will leave their possession at some point. So you are scamming these children, but
Yes, Bayleaf actually does feel generally guilty about this. She likes robbing Imperials, doesn't particularly like robbing him. She might actually try it and come back and replace this later on, but needs must. Yeah, she'll be like, if you could just do us a couple of sets of clothes, maybe a tinderbox, it'd be lovely.
can do. They'll put that together and just stay safe, sister.
You too. Go behind building and get changed, I suppose.
Yep. Yep. Go behind the building and
Bunch
get
of
changed.
dirty thieves.
Mm-hmm.
How could you scamming innocent children?
I know, right?
With ease, clearly.
Are there any places around that we see people leave their tools kind of leaned up against a wall or anything like that?
There's
And on top of that question, were there any buildings supporting like Imperial colours, like, hey, we support the occupiers kind of thing?
down here in like
Listen,
this
Crom can
corner-
live in his daydream world. Some of us have been on the street since we were 5. We have to live.
Down here, you notice there's like what looks like a tannery of some kind that is largely open, and it is like largely draped in imperial colors. The over here, the like sort of the what looks like some kind of like a supply station where you see a couple wagons with like crops loaded into them. Also seems to have those on it, as does the dockyard. Basically, the large like focal buildings seem like they mostly are being monitored by the occupying force to some extent, but pretty much all the residential structures look.
Dockyards tend to be pretty busy. We might be able to get something without being noticed too much.
Yeah, sounds good. A city like this, they probably aren't used to being shut down a little bit.
Okay, let's head on over there. Right, we're
We're
going to the dockyard.
So in the dockyards, you can see there's, for all the ships out in the river, there's a few more, like these are like tiny little boats, like they hold
Little fishing boats and
yeah, fishing boats, lots of like barrels of fish. Everything just smells like fish. The waters of Partu are ever bountiful and
just
ever
looking for
fishy.
small things that somebody might just assume they lost as
Like,
easily, because like hooks and things
hooks
like
and
that.
knives and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, somebody laid out, like even rusty and bad is fine. It's just something
me-
that's a bit of a blade.
Give me a stealth check and an investigation check.
should we both do that?
Yep. All right, so I'll do my investigation check. Wah.
And
I'll do my stealth check.
Wow.
Wah. Wah.
Stealth.sfx.
Sleight of hando roll.
Yeah.
Bad. Hit all the rolls.
So you find a few things. You find like a little like a solid little mallet that could be a like a mace or something like that.
I think we're looking for finesse weapons.
We aren't
You
touching
find-
that. That's getting left behind.
You find a nice little like a short little dagger that's just like a good
Is it like a fillet knife or something?
yeah,
or-
it's like a filleting knife. Like it's not really a dagger, but you can use
It would
like
work
one.
as
It's a
such,
short-
yeah.
Yeah, it's in good condition. You find like some nails that, in a real pinch, you might be able to like stab someone with, but
Nah.
you find there is one particular thing you see where there is a crossbow here,
No.
but it is rather bulky. It's like it's been left up against a desk. You can see like the Imperial like overseers are like still in that protracted argument with fishermen.
It's too big, too noticeable. It's not worth it. No, don't. Nope.
And you can see, aside from the filleting knife, you also see like a couple like short spears, like javelins, basically, that would be used for like spearfishing, that are on like a rack. That
Yeah, too
lots of
noticeably
people
carried.
seem to
Too,
have
too
these.
noticeably carried. We have no backpacks. We have no thing to hide these things in. So no. I guess we'll go for the knife.
Just trying to pocket it.
Yeah, I'll try and grab the knife. Bailey, if you want it.
You go ahead and take it. I've got my little shiv.
Alright, I'll grab it. And then yeah, we'll wander about a bit.
All right. Do you continue to like wander the town, or do you want to start converging on Sersha's house with the rest of the group?
Maybe we start heading that way.
Yeah.
Any of the imps, like any of the gods, such noticeably like are any coin purses or such?
You do see there are very few like redcoat soldiers here. There's like one at the dockyard. There's like the one at the gate. You see a couple more like over in like sort of this imperial area of
Seems
town.
like the thralls are the main body of force here.
Yeah. And there's not even that many of them. Like it doesn't even seem like there's like a full sentry in this town. Which it's really understaffed.
Suit has a hard time looking away from thralls.
But you do notice the like official, like the purple like civil official. He has a coin purse on his hip, but he is also kind of a center of attention right now. You might be able to like lift it from him, but it'd be risky.
Need a bit of a distraction. Maybe if we come back with Sticia and let her talk to him.
Yeah. She's just gonna nod her head that way and look at it and go, "Mark for later."
Tap the side of the head.
We'll head down towards the rest of the group.
So as you come in, the rest of the party is likely settling in the largest room of Saoirse's abode, which is a dining room, just sort of a big ol' rectangular table with long benches at either end. Sturdy make. The benches are like low and basically a long wooden plank set on like stone supports. It easily holds up even under Crom's weight. Well, maybe not easily. It gives a little bit of like a groan of protest, but as
Fat.
Can I have one request? When we were up this way, could we
Yes.
have spotted to see who was watching that gate? up
yes,
here?
it's another like one guard and a single thrall.
I just want to get enough information because we're gonna have to BS why this guard down here didn't see
Doesn't know
us
us,
when we're
yeah.
staying at her mom's house. Because so we need to have a description of the other guard because we came in that way.
The guard up here is they are a human. They are just like
Okay, that's good. It was not an impossibility that it'd be enough of one of her kids, so I was worried about that.
Yeah,
Nope.
especially with as many as was already described. Yes.
Saoirse only has one daughter that she is that exasperated with.
Yeah.
So
The good one runs the north gate.
So, Desticia, Mako, Crom, you are settling in. It's nice to be out of the rain. You can just hear it continuing to plip plop outside. You can hear like
Sigh of relief that she's finally able to sit in a chair and not being carried by her ribs.
Desticia's sore.
She stretches all her arms out and then just starts systematically putting her arms over herself. Her hands, they glow with that energy similar to her soul bolt, and as she just kind of scans them down her body, her appearance is cleaning up. She's drying off the dirt and sand is like burning off of her in these particles, and just she slowly works her way down her body as her clothes, what the rag she has, they smooth out, and sea water is pushed from them. Uses prestidigitation to clean off her body.
right.
If we can get an old fishbone or something, maybe, and some thread, we could try to make these into bags.
Talking to baby about our old clothes.
That's a good idea.
As Desticia's putting on the little bit of like a magical prestidigitation show,
Children love it.
the Saoirse's just raised an eyebrow, just nice trick. Wish I knew that particular spell, whatever it is, but
Oh boy, it's a lifesaver.
priesthood never called to me. That being said, she waves to like a nearby child. Just, Mona, just tell Millie and Lily we've got guests. Find Triss, have Triss run the coat back to Isolde. She is going to catch her. No, tell Isolde, do not give your coat to every pretty girl that comes through the gate. Stop it. I know what she's doing. Go, tell. The child just takes the coat that Desisha handed back to Saoirse and runs off with it. And the mother
Her eyebrows and crumb.
rubs her
I'm
temples.
not a pretty girl.
Despite not having a face, at hearing that, you can just sort of see the incredulity in Maker's face. Because he's really not sure if the stitch is actually pretty.
He rolls the light in his face.
His one eyeball just rolls around, confused.
The confusion expression. Then, so she just plops down. Okay, so we've got an Imperial, a Lekmarin, and I don't even know what you are. No offense, but you don't look like you're from around here, Mr. Crom.
A Gozari.
Kazari.
Minotaur.
Fascinating. Even further from home. What is this other than the start to a very strange joke?
Well, wait till we get to the punchline.
Together they add up to like -3 charisma.
Well, you see, as I had mentioned to you and your daughter, our ship had crashed upon something out there in the water, and we have come on to, we kind of washed up on shore here, and we were looking for a place to get our bearings.
The thing you crashed into was Partu, throwing one of her periodic tantrums. She is a land that gives us many gifts, including raging storms from time to time. I'm not entirely sure this one's passed fully. Yeah. But, for now, if you survived a shipwreck in that weather, you're either blessed by something or remarkably hardy. Probably both.
Well, it doesn't feel like we're blessed with anything, so I'll go with sturdy.
I will agree with that, if nothing else.
Same.
Fair enough. While she's talking, Bayleaf and Soot, are you going to, like, walk in when you arrive, or are you going to, like, hang out outside?
Probably spend a moment listening in, trying to gauge, what's going on in there.
We have to case the situation. Make
if
sure
it
that
seems
Crom
safe-
and Justicia and Maker didn't get suddenly arrested. The important things in life.
But,
Yeah, because
it
we're
looks like they're
totally
just talking,
doing
we'll probably
crimes
head
over
in.
here.
Yeah.
No, or it's actually because we are literally a crime.
You need to figure out how to Thorin's company your way in with the group. So, Saoirse just looks between you. So, shipwreck, all possessions lost.
Yep. Without a foot to
Correct.
stand on.
Could I ask where you were going on this ship before it wrecked?
We were...
At that point, I would actually like to open the door.
She glances over. More?
Lady Justicia, we are so worried about you. We could have told you were here.
Lady
Lady Phalantius, you mean?
Oh, I don't remember how to say the proper names. You
I'm
know
sorry,
that.
Justicia Phalantius, correct? You matched your description.
She looks blankly at them for a second.
Oh, good! You've made it back! These are the last two survivors of our wreck.
Friends of yours, then? I see.
Yes.
We were
2 more
supposed to be
parts
her
than
escort
long
up to. What's the name of the city I'm from?
You are from... Let's see, I have this noted down somewhere. You're from the temple city of Koran.
Quran. Yes, we were supposed to be her escort up to Quran.
Yes. Definitely.
We were held back, milady, as the lesser mussy flatbacks were more dangerous than we thought. And we were
Yeah,
woefully under-equipped without all of our things from the ship.
Gonna look to the consul politician again. Please forgive the crabby smell.
I'm
Aye.
sorry, you fell afoul of the local bully crabs. Apologies. Apologies. She seems to find this rather funny. I don't suppose you managed to salvage any of their meat.
Yeah, we got it packed away.
We've got some packed away, yes.
Tell you what, you contribute the meat, I'll contribute the vegetables and manpower. We'll see if you can get a nice stew on for everybody tonight. What do you say?
That sounds delightful.
Wonderful. Get that.
Uh.
And... Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, sounds good to me.
All right. Get that. Pass it off to Millie and Lily. Tell them to get cooking. It's about dinner time anyway.
What's a million and Nilly?
Oh, Millie and Lily. They're the 2 girls who help me around the forge. They look similar. Millie's the one who, well, she's got hair the same color as
I
yours.
appreciate your hospitality. Shall I go fetch the meat, ma'am?
She says to Justicia.
Please, be on your way.
Maybe
Yes,
take a
of
Grum
course.
with you to help her hold it out.
Oh, if
No.
he would.
He can go out for the same gate.
Go right ahead.
All right. Go ahead. In the meantime,
I will
she
take Grom with
lowers
me to
her
go.
voice and says to Sisha, one of your friends there doesn't seem quite healthy.
She was born with that many legs.
No.
She's
Tragic,
talking
really.
about a baby.
Yes, he does. He's a little bit on the...
Drop her by the apothecary at some point. I'm sure Kranich will have something for whatever's wrong with her lungs. He keeps half the town on its feet these days. But for now, you say you're an artisan and you've been down on the beach lately. I have to ask, the ship you are on, were there any thralls on board?
There was some.
There
They-
were some, but unfortunately, we have not seen any of them.
Damnation.
They might have some.
Yeah.
Thralls sink, but they don't drown. One thrall washed ashore, wandering at the wrong place. We've lost people to that before.
Ah, I see.
They're a danger once they are out of... Well, they're a danger to begin with, but they're unpredictable once they've lapsed out of Imperial control and are simply wandering about. Best case scenario is the local garrison finds one and retethers it, and then we've got another thrall to worry about. Worst case scenario is that it hauls itself out of the river in the dead of night and...
Does thrall things. Yes, I can see why that's a problem.
The way she's talking about this, and especially the comment of Imperial Garrison, they've got another role. Can I do an insight to see what her gauge if she's got some
Go
this
ahead,
is
Vincent.
not a welcome occupation?
Yes.
Whoop.
Yeah, she is not happy about the notion of anything that seems to empower the Empire or the local garrison. she is not happy with this particular occupation.
That is a problem. Well, I suppose it's thank you for your hospitality. Once we get some, well, legs in my case, and a little bit our bearings straight, as I've said, we can go take a quick look around the shore where we crashed, and just make sure none of them there are any washed up alongside us.
If you're able to salvage any supplies too, especially metal, that would be incredibly welcome. It's incredibly difficult to get ore these days. Everything that passes through from the mines up north is getting shunted off to Nessus knows where.
I see.
It's,
Yes. Well, then we'll trade. We'll go and trade some of the stuff we find for as thanks for you to you.
Of course. I'll tell you what. If you can put my mind at ease about these thralls or whatever was on that ship and potentially bring in a little bit of any cargo from it, then as far as I'm concerned, for the duration of your stay here, the forge is yours, and I'll even have my daughters assist you. Millie and Lily could use some experience helping out without me looking over their shoulder all the time. They're only apprentices, but they know the basics of how to tend to a forge.
How delightful.
That would be
Out of
most
character.
welcome.
Very bad deal. Very bad deal.
Desticia is liking the deal because her eyes lit up at the thought of uncontrolled thralls, because she wants to get her hands on things like that.
If you wouldn't mind me saying, it might be a little hard for us to put your mind at ease about that because there's no guarantee that they're going to wash up in time for us to deal with them.
Understood. I'd just like to at least know they're not on the shore in the area.
And
For tonight, at least, I'll just put out a watch, but this is for the morning, I would assume. You need rest more than anything.
Yes.
That's what we welcome.
And if you have any tools around other than the forge, I could really make use of them. I need to set up my things again.
Conduct repairs?
Something like that.
Yeah, of course. I expect I'll be hammering together something tonight that I can't promise it'll be pretty, but I'll get you something that you can stand on at least by tomorrow.
pair of fine ped legs for Desticia.
I
Cheap
can
wood,
work
because
with that.
metal is apparently really, really a thing, so yeah.
I'll
you,
work with what I can get.
if you don't mind, do you know anyone else in town that might have some odd jobs on offer? Preferably, not of imperial notice. The lady here's a good sort, but the others...
Well, that makes
You
things
know
a
how
little
it is.
harder. If you're looking for Galders, then I'm afraid you're not going to have much luck outside of the Praetor's Manor.
Even trade is good.
Listen, the local apothecary could probably use some assistance. He's always in need of reagents that aren't as simple as just sending someone out into the brush to collect mushrooms, but aside from that...
Damn, I was hoping for the mushroom job. That was just going to be really keen.
There's work in the fields, but that won't pay you more than a few coppers, and if what you're looking for is proper gold, then something tells me that day labor isn't going to cut it. But look, let me be honest with you here. You're what? That accent. You're from one of the cities, aren't you?
I am indeed, yeah.
Yes.
I understand that gold has become the standard in most of those places, but out here, most folks still just barter. Like, you'll find a use for the coin if you get it, but most people simply don't have much in their purse to pay you with. If there's anything in particular you'd want to buy with the coin, then I could point you in the direction of someone who could trade you for it, but...
She actually puts her hand up and goes, "Listen, every time Imperial coin passes my hands, I feel like I gotta wash them, so I'd rather barter. It's fine."
Understandable. If worst comes to worse, then the local praetor, Marco Safeni, he's... This is a low bar, but he's not the worst sort. He's ostensibly in charge of protecting this town, and I expect you could get productive work from him. He doesn't have enough garrison to ask too many questions about where the work comes from.
She does not do a particularly good job of hiding the disdain from her face at the suggestion of working for him.
You and me both, but I suppose it's good enough for at least one of my children. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes, food.
Yeah, so get along now and grab those that crab meat, when we'll have a fine dinner tonight.
So, is there anything further you'd like to sort out before, sort of moving through dinner and evening?
Yeah. There's she said she's just going to, like, very softly and quiet, like, it sounds a bit weird, but well, we lost most of our things in the wreckage, so I'm not a particularly good bodyguard without, weapons.
I see. She pauses and thinks. Give me a persuasion check. Listen, technically speaking, we are not allowed to make weapons here. Do you understand?
Oh, then would you be able to give me something to, like, some meat and so on?
That being said, I have a few tools that I might be able to lend out, as long as you are discreet about them and return them. Can we agree to this?
Oh yeah, I mean, anything that help me do some whittling or, flaying some of that nice meat, be handy.
I will, I'll see what I can pull out of the old chest. And, for you and yours, armor is going to be tougher, but I've got sturdy outfits at least. So, is there anything else anyone wants to arrange before?
No, I am holding on to the meat I would have had earlier for food. But
The cooked piece for yourself.
Yeah, the cooked piece for myself, but I'll give the rest over. My character's very careful about.
Especially we hand over all of the raw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll hand over all the raw. Well, I think we're out of the cooked.
You have the last cooked piece, yeah.
Because Crom had to eat 2 pieces, so
yeah.
It was very handy.
Yeah, yep. So yeah, we'll go over all the raw because we have no way to keep it anyway.
Crom is probably going, as this goes, he's probably going to just hang out around the forge because it makes him feel at home.
Do you have any needle and thread?
Yes, I keep some. Here, I'll show you. She points you in the direction of some sewing equipment.
I actually do have sewing trained, so I'll also our old tunics for me and Bayleaf into really crappy bags.
Yeah.
If that's okay, I'll do that.
How much will I owe you for the thread?
Oh, none. Just we're working out together.
We're
Take what
working
you
out
need.
together.
I'm not about to take the clothes off your back.
It's nice to see that the community's not entirely gone from this land.
Not entirely. It gets harder, but the gifts of Nessus still provide.
He nods firmly at that.
We have enough to eat at the very least. Speaking of which, thank you for this particular bounty. It's been too long since I had boiled bully crab. Well, let's get this going.
And I'm sorry, I didn't quite get your name. I'm Aurora Delane.
Aurora Delane.
Aurora Delane.
Aurora, I see. Saoirse.
Saoirse, nice to meet you.
A pleasure. Bayleaf.
Greetings.
So that's what your names are.
As far as you know. Well,
Well, as the afternoon starts to drag on into evening, the rain shows no sign of abating, but the house gets steadily more full of people as, one by one, the different children scattered throughout the town make their way back. You're introduced to them as they arrive. There's Isolde, who you've met. There's Morgan and Lane, who seem to work in fishing in the fields, respectively. Millie and Lily at the forge. On the younger end, there's Triss, an energetic girl with gills of all things, who you spot running around town through the windows at various times, and apparently works as a messenger despite her young age. She seems like she's maybe like 8 or 9 at most.
there's a message for a messenger, they go fast.
Then you've got the 3 youngest children. You've got Mona, Derry, and Fi, who all were around the house to begin with, and mostly seem to be staying out of your way. Though Mona in particular seems to have taken a strange fascination to Destrisha, with asking if she's a corpse lady and being glared at by
Yes,
her mother.
it's quite common to be called a corpse lady when you're of our fine lady's repute. It's all right.
Corpse lady.
She finds it quite
Corpse lady.
flattering.
Yes, you see, other bits of old people get attached onto her as sort of a sign of prestige.
That's not old people. My gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to tell her you take the young?
No.
And, she's very good at shadow puppets. She's got lots of hands, you see. You should ask her to do some for you.
You have
Can you
no
do one of your
respect.
fine shadow puppetries, my lady?
The child
have
just
no-
stares wide-eyed into this argument. Can
You have
I
no
extra
respect for
arms?
the fine art of flesh grafting. My gosh.
Extra
not
arms,
everything
extra
comes-
arms.
Yeah.
I want extra arms. Saoirse just bonks the girl in the head no, you are not getting extra arms, Mona.
If she wants, I could provide schematics for.
No,
more se-
no. End of
You see-
discussion.
You
No,
see,
the
little
child
girl,
does not
she
get-
traded in her legs for arms.
No, I didn't. My gosh, stop spreading weird stories. People will start giving me weird looks. I cut these off on my own accord.
I can't imagine.
So
what
about
would-
those weird looks. And what about the weird little nodule in the middle of the head?
Oh, that's just she taps it. It's a soul gem. It's empty right now, unfortunately.
Head empty. I understand.
You're being awfully rude to your employer. You know that? Do you want me to dock your pay?
Actually, I'd
see my
rather appreciate
pay.
my pay right now, lady.
Yeah, my mom, if you could please pay us.
We'll get to that. There, you'll get what you're due.
The house fills with chatter and
Ever the kind
so mean to
imperial
me.
lady she is.
the warmth of a hearth fire and the smell of cooked crab and vegetables, and It's cozy. It's warm. There is some hospitality left in this land, as Bayleaf says. But evening passes. You're given, as a group, like a small little... It's... To hear Saoirse say it, it is one of the many empty buildings in the town. There's more houses than there are people here, with circumstances in Partu being what they are these days. And as a result, there's room for you to have like a small, just little 2-room. There's not really any furniture in it, but she can give you a few bedrolls, and it's a place to sleep with a roof over your head and a hearth.
Cool. We have a hearth and probably no wood. Maker, go get us wood. You've got a built-in axe.
I
All blade go.
punch the trees.
Go, gadget chop tree.
Maker can, in fact, gather some wood and bring it in. Anyone could do that, but it sounds like...
I will use my handy-dandy tinderbox to light this wood.
Yeah, Maker can help around since he's not actually going to eat anyway. So
He even has a flamethrower.
he does. He has a welding torch.
Maker, I don't know why Maker needs any of us around. Maker's already a war machine.
He's not. He's actually mostly a supply unit.
Compared to us, you're a war machine.
Compared to everybody else right now, you're a war machine. You have a flamethrower.
If things
and
go
an
wrong, you need to save us, okay?
A welding torch.
You have an axe and a
It's a welding torch
flamethrower,
good at till,
and
like,
you
30
shoot
feet.
laser beams that kill crabs. You're Terminator at this point.
This dish also has cells. Well,
No, don't bring me into this. I've already got an earful.
Yeah, she
Well,
doesn't have a
all
leg
in
to
the-
stand on.
this little house, now away from, other townspeople, I'm guessing.
It is
Billy's-
right down here. It's this little
Nothing down there? Okay.
this little one with the purple roof.
Right. How long we staying together?
Oh, geez, I thought you liked my company.
I'll be honest. I'm expecting you to turn us into the nearest official to try and earn your title back from whatever the fuck happened to you.
What did happen to you, by the way?
No, I don't think I'll be going back to there. Well, you want to swap stories? I don't mind hearing what happened to you, if you're up for a trade.
Alright. How about I go first then?
Alright, I'm all ears.
I spent a few weeks casing a nice big Imperial mansion. Pretty sure I had it easy. Good. Couple of buddies of mine were going to help me out with it. And we got in. There was a whole fucking guard force waiting for us inside. Somebody tipped them off. Putting my bets it's betrayed a brother. Should have kept my mouth shut around home. You don't think that your kin's going to betray you, do you? So, trying to rob a high up like that didn't land me too well. Didn't think frauding would be the way that went though.
Justicia pretty much rolls onto her stomach and is just kind of putting her hands in her head in her hands as she listens. She would be kicking her legs as she listened, but well, she's missing those.
I see. So you are a thief and a liar.
It's not really stealing when it's from Imperials.
She just shrugs. She seems completely unbothered by that sentiment.
You, Aurora de la Soot,
You may call me Suit.
right? So what's your story?
The big cities don't really care for the street life as much. They round you up and they get rid of you. I've committed enough crimes, they're probably right for whatever they've decided that I did wrong.
Yeah. It seen that a couple of times up in the capital. Just
If I'd had my way, I would have left a bit bigger mark in the world. But it is what it is.
well, at least you'll still get your chance now. Still things in the world to blow up.
So, what makes Imp turn against their kin, huh?
What doesn't?
She just kind of rolls over onto her back.
It's cutthroat in the capital. You can't go 3 steps without somebody trying to stab you in the back. Strength is everything. And I'm not just talking about muscles. You need to be strong politically, intelligently, and physically if you want to get anywhere. And I'm 2 of those. I was 2 of those.
She gives a deep sigh.
Yes, but Imperials don't turn their own into.
They will if they have if they get the chance.
Was it debt? Did you fall into debt?
No, I did something much worse. I was smarter than everyone else.
I feel like I'm not getting the story.
You can't tell us the truth, We're being quite honest with our sharing.
I am being honest. I've been working years on a dissertation into soul energies and the creations where therein. I had some deep research going. It was wonderful. But, well, if that stuff gets out, then the guys above you will claim it as their own and you just get swept under the rug. So, I kept it hidden for years upon years upon years. That kind of builds up, and then the fool that tried to, that was supposedly my senior, said, oh, I've been hiding all this eldritch knowledge, and oh my gosh, it's so heretical. And so they decided to kick me out, and, well, I guess the embezzlement didn't help either.
Ah, so it wasn't.
I look over at Bayleaf and I tap my nose like I knew it.
Yes. So, heresy and money in short.
Not really money. We didn't need much of that. It was, they didn't look kindly onto a large stockpile of unregistered soul gems for some reason.
That would be theft, yes.
It wasn't theft. I got it honestly. It was not reporting it what got me in trouble. I got them fair and square.
Right.
I don't think my character knows the concept of tax evasion, so I'm not going to say that.
So you, big man, you seem like somebody who's actually got a bit of morals on you. I would expect you on the street at all. How the hell did you end up in this?
Well, my family's been a part of this for years, actually. He kind of shifts his weight, getting comfortable on his bench. My clan, we are holdovers from the Erudan War up in the north. We were kind of the forefront in both combat and in the supplying of weapons. I'm from a family of runesmiths, you see.
Prisoner of war, then.
Oh, no. We were... At the end of the war, we were a bit dissatisfied. The fact that our people were brought into this war due to a god and then had to reap the results of him giving up, we didn't like that too much. So we withdrew ourselves out into the mountain where our forges lie. You know.
Rebel?
You could call us that.
continued our techniques. Instead of fighting Erudan soldiers, though, we started refining our techniques to aim a bit higher.
Ah, another heretic. Lovely.
Call us what you want, but
I don't
Yeah.
really care. I don't give a shit about no gods.
regretfully,
They ain't
They-
done nothing for me. I don't think they've done much for anybody else. They take a lot of credit, that's what I think.
regretfully, a century discovered one of our last hidden forges, one that I lived at. I was one of the vanguard, made sure the rest of the clan got out, and so that way they wouldn't be able to learn any of our techniques. Detonated the forges, taking as many Imperials as I could. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, and instead of killing me outright, they thought that I'd make a much better thrall. Thus, I am here.
Radif looks enraptured about this. I have killed many Imperials.
Suit nods.
As I
Fucking hate, there's
said,
always too many of them, huh?
you stink of a good man.
What about you, middleman?
Yes.
my
How about you
story-
two, Box?
Well, my story is sort of similar to Chrome's, as it turns out. Not quite as honorable, I must admit. I am, as the lady of the house was kind enough to share, I am like Marin. We are a very isolated people as it currently, but we do send out good men and women into Erudan to help the disaffected, and I am one of these people. I was not really captured for anything I did. I was just a calf in the streets by some soldiers, and I was going to be shipped to some facility to be studied and disassembled. Probably they couldn't even have the decency of accusing me of anything of anyone I had
Okay.
exploded.
In this club, you gotta do crimes.
I have exploded people. I have just admitted to that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, welcome to the club.
I mean, in the world that we live in, living's a crime, so it's fair.
Well, I'm innocent of that at least.
True.
Yeah.
Fair point.
I guess I can't mourn you if you die, then.
Don't.
Don't mourn you? That seems awful sad.
I have better people to mourn me.
Wow.
She's gonna smile, kind of that yellow gap in her mouth, so kind of a smile.
Just gonna smile at
Well
us and go,
played.
yeah. Can't really argue with that, huh?
Nah, can't argue with that at all.
So, am I to take it that even the Erudan among us has got no real love lost for the Imperials then?
Yeah, so
Oh,
I was kind of a
absolutely
little bit off-put when I was being called imp. Didn't even give me a chance to say that we're kind of on the same side here.
That's fair enough. In the future, I'm going to.
How
Limit
long
myself
have
to-
you hated the Imperials, though, my dear, sweet, six-armed dearie?
Probably since she's still on the boat.
No, you see, that's just why hate a group of
I'm-
people when you can hate them all.
I'm just asking. You're asking me, someone who hates them all, to not hate them all for you.
Well, if you just need to open your mind a little bit and make sure see which ones are useful to you or not.
All right. Well, what if we give you a bit of a haircut and, make you a little less imperial?
We're not touching my beautiful hair. Well, maybe.
She's
I
got a
just
point
starts
about
thinking
using
about
the
it.
ones that are useful, though. And I'm thinking that Praetor over there could be very useful to getting us on our way.
You
Well,
could definitely use a new haircut, I'd say. Or at least.
wow,
And
we just met and everyone's insulting me on my looks and my heritage?
I'm not saying that you don't look good, dearie. You're very pretty. Quite an eye catcher. That's
Recording
the
that for later.
problem.
No, we can always
got
use
a
a good
nice-
face.
You've got a nice big lock of hair that anyone could grab the back of and yank you about. I don't
They get
really
close
want
enough.
to see that.
Yeah, I know. Someone already threatened that.
He looks at Maker.
And I don't really want somebody doing that to you, if I'm going to at all put my stock into your furthered existence.
Short hair is very useful, Bailey says, flicking hers.
I can tell you, most of the rapists on the street can't grab you when your hair's short.
And guards, you get real slippery.
Yep, you slide right past them.
I'll think about it.
At the very least, think about keeping it tighter to your head.
Yeah. I'll
Maybe get
think
some
about
kind
it.
of, black hairband maybe to match some character.
You've got so much of it just flowing free.
I'll work on it, okay? I'll work on it.
I'm looking out for you. I'm not trying to be an ass about it. I'm already an ass
no, you've
all the
already done
time.
that.
But I'm just saying, this particular thing that we're talking about, I'm looking out for you.
But either way, we're still relatively close to where we, wrecked, and that doesn't make me feel too comfortable. So, not sure about staying here for a long while.
Yeah, we don't want to be here at all.
I reckon we should maybe case the Praetor's Manor, see what we can get, and move on.
Yeah,
Well-
they should have money and supplies. Pretty not bad. And also, I'll say I'm not too impressed with the guards in the town. They might be.
this is a small village.
I have a feeling that they wouldn't expect anybody to hit their own garrison.
This is a small village. The Praetor is not here to protect them. He's here to suppress them.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's what the Praetor's here to do in every city. It's not
Well,
there to protect
yes.
anybody.
I mean more that
taxes.
there really isn't anything here to protect. The fence is sufficient for that.
I say we take what the Praetor has for our own. I'd rather not touch any non-Imperials, so he seems the best target. So, I mean, what about you, big man? Are you comfortable with that kind of thing?
Grom is the big man, to be clear.
Biggest.
We break the thrall device on the way out.
No.
Absolutely not.
They've thralls are by no means a great thing, but there's no way I'm going to allow them to go wild in the middle of a town.
Yes, that would simply be sacrificing good potential allies.
It also means that innocent people are going to get hurt, but, I might be the only one worried about that.
You want to leave those people in hell, then?
Well, talking about that, we did say we'd go, as thanks for this place to stay, we'll just take a look around for some supplies in the shipwreck. If we do find one of those thralls washed up on shore, we could take it apart, and there'd be loads of materials we could use.
We are not capable of taking down a thrall.
Says you.
I'm not too educated on the matter. Is there a way to just turn them off?
Yeah, you can direct them if you have the item.
Like,
Yeah,
you
you can
direct them to,
do things.
be not alive anymore.
They're not invincible.
You can make them hurt themselves, throw themselves into a forge, things like that.
Maybe that'll be a mercy.
Well, they also have soul gems that keep them running. So if getting one or two of those, if we can find one waterlogged on the beach, would only be a boon for us in the future.
You can
Just
tell me
saying.
where your priorities are.
We gotta keep the town safe, And they can't run without the soul gems.
The people or the thralls?
The thralls, of course.
Rather they weren't running
I
at
say
all.
we hit the praetors, we break the thralls.
I say we get in the good graces of the people here. Then maybe we hit a praetor's house, and then we get out of here.
Honestly, the more that we associate with the people around here, the more reprisal they'll face if we do this.
We even sure they were going to be looking for us. I mean,
After we hit the
You're
praetors,
willing to
they
risk
will.
not being looked for.
Yeah, that is the main issue here, I think. I would
You
really
can't
rather
take
not
back.
have-
You can't take back being found.
Well, then let's stay a little bit lower profile before going after a praetor. We need, if we were even to go into that, we need to find some weapons. And if we find ourselves a thrall or two, we can get the metals off of them and forge them into something worthwhile. We are staying next to a forge, after all. And apparently we're in the company of a legendary smith from the mountains.
say legendary.
So if we just get our hands on some shipwrecked materials, we can boost our supply selves for survival in the future. We have a safe place to stay at the moment, and we're probably assumed dead. I mean, we were locked up in a place for dead, and when the ship blew up, we're probably the only survivors.
All it
Jesus,
takes is
like,
one Imperial soldier from that ship, or just one word that, hey, a prison ship running along the coast is wrecked. For attention to turn our way.
Well, we'd have to deal with that anyway. No point of thinking of the worst case scenario every time.
Can tell you've had a softer life than some of us.
So, all right, sue me for being a little bit of little optimistic and realistic. Like if right now we're the dregs of society. They're probably more concerned about recouping the losses of a boat than they are a few dregs in the sea.
Thralls are worth a lot to the Imperial.
We weren't thralls though.
We were going to be.
One of thousands.
They can get more people off the streets for that anytime they want. It's becoming a real problem around the Empire.
All the
I'm
more
just
reason to
saying-
hit at the Empire.
I'm just saying we have a nice place right now. We can stay here for like 1 or 2 days to recuperate ourselves. I mean, we just came out of the ocean. We have just all we have are these threads and some scraps we found.
Wait. You weren't thinking I was suggesting you hit them tonight, were you?
Oh no, not tonight. I'm just. You're all concerned about being found out by people searching the shores, but you're already planning on hitting one of the main strongholds of this town of Imperial influence.
I'll be honest, I'd be planning it even if I weren't a shipwreck survivor.
I'm gonna nod.
That's why you were caught, wasn't it?
And you were caught for a reason as well. Does it make you a reason wrong?
Yes, it was embezzlement.
No, the other stuff that they went on about.
She is basically.
No,
she is
that
basically,
bit about the research that was completely, what was it?
I'm trying to play on the thing she
heretical.
likes.
Well, there's a difference, of course.
Yes,
Of course.
one is your reason, one's ours.
Yeah.
So
Well, one of our reasons.
either way, we're
I'm
staying
just
a
saying-
day or two, but I'm not putting down roots. And if I find a way to hit the praetor, I plan to.
Just gonna look at Crom, who is basically just defaulting to big man, big leader in her mind. Just going, so what do you think?
I think staying here for a little bit would be the best course of action. No one's going to come looking for a bunch of throwaways, and even if they did, I can't say that we'd be found out that easily. We can just leave and taking on the that goes doubly for like taking on the Praetor's manor. The less we have to deal with the Imperials at the moment, more likely we're not going to be learned. The Imperials are going to learn about us. So I say we keep our heads down, try and equip ourselves up a little bit, find some decent clothing, stabilize ourselves, and then we can decide whether we want to move to a new location or such. You said you're a native here, right?
Oh, don't think that means I know much. Spent most of my life in one of just big cities and didn't really get out.
But that's at least something. So I'd say let's just take it easy for a bit. No point in worrying ourselves about a future that hasn't come yet.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Bailey just puts her hands up in the sort of, okay, as you say, boss.
All right.
I do want to going to have to scan the beaches for any of those thralls, though. I don't like the idea of them bothering this town. You might try and clean up any messes that before we leave. I know it's not our fault, but still, we know if there's a
I
chance.
can respect if you want to put them to rest, but I'd be just as fine with a bunch of Imperial guards dying going after them as well.
No harm in looking, at least, right?
There's a lot of harm in going after them. I've seen an entire...
I don't mind us going out to the beach, but I'd rather that we were fully armed and armed if we're going to do it.
I can agree to that.
Which puts us in the thing of how do we get fully armed
This
and
is
armed?
not some simple little grab that we're fighting on a beach. This is a thrall.
A waterlogged thrall.
You have been promised some.
Without commands.
You have been promised
Sorry,
some
what?
supplies in the morning. But it is fairly late. Would you like to rest up and move on to the next day?
I'd say so.
Sure.
Can do.
Another morning, another day. Good night, you all. Well,
Suit's taking watch.
I just want to confirm because the Cersei has something that I can use to actually prepare my spells, right?
Yes. She can give you a toolkit.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Not
I
like the
will
fanciest
swap watches
toolkit,
with
but it's got the
Soot.
essentials in it.
I just need anything.
Yeah.
I figure both of us street life, we have a good idea that we should be keeping watch.
Yeah, we'll just keep an eye out.
Mm-hmm.
Guards out the windows. Make sure we're not being staked out.
Not make sure that guard doesn't come in the middle of the night for us.
Mhm.
Suit's pretty confident about her ability to probably dive out and run, but she's really not sure this Dacia can make us sprint right now.
So, while the characters sleep, I think this might be a good chance to call a bit of a break for, let's say, 5-minute break. Just
Okay,
stretch. We should all stretch our legs.
Yeah, those that have them.
Yes, those of us with the luxury of having legs should stretch them. Get up, get some water, so on and so forth. We will be resuming at 12 after.
Okay.
I have a query. How long is this game normally going to be running?
Normally we would be going to about an hour from now,
Okay,
or
that's-
50 minutes from now. So
Okay, that's important for me to know. Thank you.
we can hammer out the exact specifics later. For now, break starts.
be right back.
Da-da-da-da.
I'm in the middle of this. No, I'm zooming in like seconds. All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
It looks like we are missing Sammy. Once she returns,
I'm here. Cross is stuffing his face with chips.
I see. A noble endeavor. Never to be scorned.
Equal energy.
Ah.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh dear. It appears that chat is like 30% puns.
Well, what else can chat be, really?
That's fair. That's probably the better thing that chat can be. Puns and wah. And
Time to make a wah emote.
and Ink doing his thing where they just insert fighting game terminology into inappropriate situations. All right. Do we have everyone? Are we all back?
Yeah,
Let
my
me check
brother.
if I'm back.
Oh,
He went to the bathroom.
I see.
He'll be out soon.
The quest for chips continues.
Why is trying to find chips in the bathroom?
You never know where you might find chips. You wouldn't want to
Soggy
miss out
chips.
on chips, would you?
Soggy bathroom
I
chips.
think I've missed those
Bathroom
chips.
sound like they would be soggy.
Ugh.
Soggy bathroom chips.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. Let's purge that notion.
I'm here.
It still eats them.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You?
All right. Ready to resume? Let's resume. In the
Yep,
future,
now
I
that
should
I-
probably hit stop recording during breaks, but whatever, can just...
Nah, you just want an intermission screen is what you want.
Yeah, you want an
Yes.
intermission screen. Honestly, I'd never stop recording because it splits you into multiple things and makes it
Yeah.
complicated to put together.
That's fair.
Intermission screen with no audio input to OBS is what you need.
Gotcha.
Because the recording doesn't change the broadcasting. You're still broadcasting that whole time. So
Yep. All right. So, the night passes in relative peace. There's the occasional disturbance outside. You'll hear someone like laughing in the distance, or something will, some noise will like come out of the forests or what have you. But by and large, the town seems like it mostly goes to sleep when it's dark, aside from like a few just very persistent boats out on the water with lamps. Presumably out
Crom-
fishing.
I guess Crom makes himself comfortable on the floor somewhere because I doubt they have a bed big enough.
None of you have beds,
Well, we're
but
on
you do have
bedrolls.
bedrolls, which, in fairness, there's probably no bedroll that's quite small for him, but
It's
there's probably a blanket. that
probably
you-
not even bedrolls. It's probably just we were given some blankets and
Yeah,
you know
just
we're making
make
do.
yourself at home. He can probably like cozy up under some blankets and
'Cause
he's-
bedrolls are actually kind of fancy because it's like a little portable mattressy bed
Yeah.
thing. So
with all that in mind, morning comes. And with morning, you are given what Saoirse could pull together for each of you. For Maker, she has a small package of... Maker gave her a list over dinner of, like, this tool and this reagent, and she was able to get about half of them, but the rest have reasonable substitutes. It's just a little leather pouch full of most of what he needs to perform aquatic sorcery. It's wouldn't be much in the hands of anyone but an expert, but he can make do with it. And for Desticia, she has something that apparently she stayed up fairly late working on, which is their legs, technically. They're wooden with a door hinge of all things where the knee would be. So they have a little bit of articulation. They're not exactly easy to balance on, but they'll function more or less.
my new favorite thing is dropping things and letting Desticia pick them up.
Yes. Desticia may have to make like a dexterity
Oh,
save. if
does
has
she
to pick something up.
creak like an old door when she bends down?
It depends on how quickly she does so.
You know, a hinge.
Yep, it's not really ideal, but Saoirse's not a prosthetician. She's not a crafty.
They're also a smith, and they had to deal with wood because they didn't have like a bunch of metal to waste on this.
Yeah, so it works.
I can deal with this.
She
I can deal with this.
says, getting her balance, these legs.
Looking good, Creaky.
Just
Feeling better.
the small child Mona is there again to just like ask. So you traded your legs for arms, and then you got more legs? Can you trade those for arms too?
No, I didn't trade my legs for arms. It
You
just
got more
bothered me.
arms for free?
No, I traded them for esoteric secrets.
Please
Soul.
Please stop answering my child's questions. Saoirse just shoos the girl out of the room. Okay. So you've got your legs, you've got your devices.
I have literally put it down as a random assortment of vaguely usable or chipster tools in my inventory.
Yes, that accurately describes it. And for everyone else, she looks across the party, folds her arms and sighs, and just, all right. I'm going on a limb here and saying I don't get the impression either of you, any of you, are on terribly good terms with the Empire. So while this chest is not allowed, per se, I would appreciate it if you did not show it off to the local garrison. Don't worry about Isolde. She won't stop you for questioning at the gate. And then she just pushes forward a small crate and opens it up, and inside are simple weapons, basically. You have your pick of any simple weapon, or any, there's a couple, whatchamacallums. There's a couple short swords. There's a short bow in there. You've got, a sling. Just basically any, mundane, simple weapon or a short sword.
Do you have a pole or a staff, a long piece of wood?
Yeah,
I
can
just
get
a
you a
walking
quarterstaff.
stick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
easily.
Well, is this gonna help me walk?
I see what you did there. You got 3 legs now.
Alrighty, hi.
Take your fill from that, and
Is there?
Oh, speaking of, could I get someone around to fix my saw blade?
yes, you can spend a chunk of the morning working at the forge to do that. Saoirse doesn't really have the time to do that herself, but you can make a check to do so.
Crom could do it, probably.
Crom could do it.
I could try it.
Yeah, Crom,
Try and fix
give me
I'm not
a
actually-
smith tools. Just being at the forge should give you smith tools.
When you say simple weapon, are you saying weapons with the simple property?
Yes, weapons of the simple property like mace, dagger, club, etc. Any of those or short swords.
There's a sledgehammer in there.
There is. You can get a mace. I think that's a sledgehammer. Is there an actual hammer weapon?
There is. It's a 2d6 martial with
There's
breaker everything.
Not maul.
Lay hammer.
Yeah, it's the maul, yeah.
I was.
Well, there's the warhammer, I think. It's
I was
just a D8 something.
I think maybe just a great club, but just a hammer.
Yeah, that would make
Use-
sense. Just
Yeah,
a
that makes
simple,
sense.
weighted stick, basically. That'll do.
Does this include the light crossbow?
Yes, there is a light crossbow in there.
Oh, actually, heavy crossbow's simple.
Just something any hunter would have, I guess.
Saoirse nods. These are mostly old hunting equipment from back when you could do this without registering every single kill you hunt with the local authorities. And back before they decided it was probably not best to allow Partu's hunters to keep their tools. Without these, they can make a whole show of protecting us from the local wildlife with their thralls and fences, but...
Yeah, she'll pick up the heavy crossbow and go.
be
Normally
fair,
I'm
it
more
is a
up
nice
close,
fence.
but for the throw, yeah.
you for the legs. This is gonna help out a lot.
As you need. You're paying him back and more going into danger like this, so consider it a bit of a forward payment on that.
All
Bolts
right.
for these.
So, who's ready to go check out the beach? That is probably perfectly safe.
Do you have any? What am I asking for? Never mind. I was going to ask for some sort of armor, but he doesn't have anything of that sort.
They can provide you
Like,
with
wear
clothing,
anything.
but at most it's padded cloth is the most that you can get. You can get normal cloth or padded cloth as you desire.
You can have this shield I have been carrying if you want. It's better
Yeah,
than nothing.
I better take that.
Do you got a crossbow bolt for these crossbows?
Oh yes, here down at the bottom. She
Marvelous.
rushes through.
You have to pick them up one by one.
I'll take that padded cloth. So
Here,
just
she wraps them up and hands them over to Bayleaf.
okay.
She just adjusts the padded cloth on tunic on her.
Yeah, this fits nicely.
Are we limited to one, or can I grab a dagger as well?
Go ahead and take a dagger.
Okay.
Again, I would appreciate this back if you can spare it, but I'm not going to send you into potential danger unarmed.
Of course.
But for now, good luck. Nessa's watch you.
This is watching for you as well. Okay, right.
We will return.
Going after a frog because we're smart people.
We
So-
might be going after a thrall.
The smartest of people.
Maybe we'll be able to get more crab. I'd like to try my hand at making a dish out of it. Seems like
The shell or the meat?
Did you get some bags for the record?
You can, yes.
Yeah, those would be relevant, especially for Crown Maker who have pretty decent carrying capacities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more used to cooking like game and stuff, so cooking seafood would be something new for me.
Just throw it in a pot and light a fire underneath it. It's not hard.
I'm surprised that somebody who doesn't eat knows so much about cooking food.
He doesn't.
I'm just pressing this button to
I
test
really
it.
don't. That's as easy as it gets.
On the
Okay,
dark.
cool, it works.
I was still impressed.
I am an alchemist, you know. I can produce substances useful to you.
You aren't a chef, though, by the sound of it.
Well, no.
I don't understand alchemists.
We take things that are not poisonous and make them
Rebecca.
useful to you.
Oh, alcohol.
Oh.
What
No,
a brewer.
no, those are brewers. They're different.
Why would a metal man make alcohol?
Those are brewers. I don't brew.
But you said you brew. Do you not brew then? What do you do then?
He's a doer, not a brewer.
So is this
Oh, it's a maker,
conversation
not a faker.
happening as you're heading down the?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
I expect that you're on your way. You're chatting. You're discussing the finer points of brewing and doing, and other activities. As you head to the
The
south,
beach.
Each episode.
you follow.
Cecilia suddenly pulls back their tunic to reveal, I've got a surprise polka dot bikini, everybody! Yay! And she frolics in her wooden legs, kicking at the sand.
Falling over.
Yep. Oh no!
The drizzle of rain just has not stopped. It continues hour after hour. Thankfully, it does not take many hours to actually reach the mouth of this particular river. The town isn't situated that far inland. And
Now that we know where we're going.
yes, now once you're there, you're able to... Could I get a survival to, like, survey up and down the beach? From anybody?
From everybody, you mean?
Sure.
And you know what? I am going to cast guidance on myself because that's the thing I can do. I forgot about it.
You're supposed to do that with every
Yeah.
single check with everyone.
I know, right?
I am not a survivalist.
All right, so Maker and Crom are able to identify like the general direction of the current and guess where this ship might have washed up. You follow. You cross the river, which is a little bit of an adventure, but well, okay. I was going to say it's a little bit of an adventure, but then I remembered the like physical aptitude of some of this party.
Also, why
And-
would we cross the river? We didn't cross the river to get to where we were wrecked.
You didn't,
We might.
but the currents are like the currents that pushed you from where you are, like forward. They are what's the term? They're westerly currents. That the ships like westerly winds and westerly currents that the
So
ships
we're
follow.
making an assumption that the ship is gonna wash up further west, and not that we were just thrown west because we were free floating and the ship was heavier, and might be more east.
Right.
Yeah.
It likely went further than you because it was floating and you were lightweight driftwood basically. Also, you're able to survey the coastline. You see like bits and bobs of like not a lot. Like you were in a particularly dense concentration because you were all like torn out when a chunk of the ship was basically ripped out by the waves. But you still see.
Basically,
like,
it flushed a hole, and
I'm
then
gonna
it
stand on the
continued
side of the
drifting
river, looking at the other side where it's probably gone to that side.
It's no longer their problem. It's gonna be too far away.
Say God.
No, no.
Thrall never would make it that far. Shifty eyes.
What's the matter? Can't swim?
No, can't.
on. Not at all. I'm not entirely sure how I ended up on shore.
Neither.
How deep is the river?
You can find. Well, it's
If
deep
it's
enough
at
for
the
ships to move
if it's
up
at the
and-
mouth of the ocean, it's gonna be deep.
Yeah, it's pretty
Ah.
deep. You can find. There's
Everyone
not-
gets
Rivers get like 40 feet, 50 feet wide.
everyone
at
gets on the back of Crom and
on
he
the small end
swims
at
over.
ocean edges.
You can find if you move back up the river a bit. It's still deep, but it's very like placid. This is not a fast-moving river, even with all the rain feeding it. So there is a pretty easy crossing if you want to try to swim, or you could move and look for a bridge or crossing of some sort.
I could probably swim, but looks at the rest of them. You probably could walk across the bottom. Looking at Maker.
Well, easily.
My anatomy is not made for swimming.
Well, I at least wouldn't have much problem being down there.
Well, I float now,
She says, bring up her legs.
but I do know how to swim.
Can't you flap your arms around?
Yes. My breaststroke is amazing.
You're popular with all the ladies, I understand.
You know it.
And surely there's got to be a bridge somewhere across this river, right?
Yes, if you move, you passed one it's not much. Like, it's not a bridge so much as it's a series of, like, pontoons that have been strung across that are unstrung whenever, like, a big ship needs to pass up or down the river. But it's not that deep a river. Like, this isn't a river that, like, ocean sailing ships can go up and down. And so you're able to travel. It's about, like, you need to backtrack for about half an hour and then cross the bridge and then go. But I am guessing that your group would generally prefer an hour detour to
Getting wet again.
I mean, it's raining, but different kind of wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being soaking to the bone from going in the river at the ocean. Sam's having trauma right now. This is actual real life stuff that Sam's experienced, and she's getting upset. Oh no!
Oh my!
My dad crashed our boat 4 times when I was little. It was never good.
Oh my!
Oh dear!
He hit the rocks during tide. Here's the bottom out of the boat, and you go down.
Oh my!
Dear. That is not good.
Yeah,
I grew up
Bridget
doing
Let's move
fishing
on.
nonstop.
Let's move on past the boat-related trauma and to the traumatized boat,
Yes.
where you move down, and thankfully, after your detour, it is not that much further before you head down to the coast, and you see at the base of, like, some low cliffs with, like, some scraggly hill leading down to a sandy shoal, what remains of the main body of the ship has been washed
Isn't
out.
it weird to anybody else that they didn't have us in any bonds?
You were
I mean,
They
if
had-
they did, we had us tied.
They had
We
me.
get untied.
How did we get untied?
They had me chained to the floor with a muzzle.
Yeah, where's your chains, though?
That's a good question.
I was inside a box.
Yes, we are aware that you were, in fact, inside of a box, which I feel like that box was woefully inadequate to contain you.
It
Were
was.
you like
it was rather
awake?
tight.
Were you just staying in the box?
It was tight. I couldn't move inside. I couldn't project my.
Because you were conscious.
Yes,
That's horrid.
That's awful.
I am used to darkness.
So, Dysticia, they took your legs. Did they consider that good enough for you?
Nope. Yeah, as an extremely powerful sorcerer of amazing repute, they had to use 3 times as many manacles on me as a normal person.
I see. But they still let you keep your soul gem.
Oh no, this thing's empty. They drained that.
I think maybe someone cut us loose.
I'm wondering.
I don't know.
Blacked out during the storm.
Oh yeah, too much salt water. So I have no idea. Maybe the slipped out because of the salt.
So
With
if we
water.
find any survivors, we're just killing them, right?
It depends on which side they are.
Yeah. Imperials.
I mean of the ship, not of the slaves.
Oh god, yeah. I ain't letting anybody take me back.
All right, good.
How's the light?
Speaking of which, as you approach the shore and the ship comes into sight, it is a mess. It looks like it's been gutted completely. Like, there's the general shape of, like, a hull and a mast on there, but the inner decks look like they were all, like, washed out. There's just, like, masses of netting, and you do see some crates and such left over. But it's like a hollow toy boat almost now.
Are there any tracks in the sand?
There is a sound as you approach of like a thunk, thunk, thunk of like something slamming into wood, and as you get closer, you do see there is a thrall active on the beach, looking in. One sec, it's doing this thing again.
Yeah, you need.
Yeah.
You need tokens.
Look out, it's gonna attack us in the dark.
There we go.
Spooky.
And let me.
Look at it, it's only half the size of Crom.
Oh, and it's wounded. Nice.
It is badly damaged and looks to be
Everybody
severely
else got behind
waterlogged,
me there for a second.
but it's just like spastically slamming its like arm grafted blades into like the fallen mast here, just like as if it's trying to like hack this log into kindling. It has very little awareness of what's going on around it, and it looks to be in bad condition.
It shakes her head.
Think you can get a shot on it from here?
Maybe, yeah, that's definitely that's a badge. That's a throw, all right.
Can Justicia do like a Arcana check or something to see if this particular one has structural weaknesses or vulnerabilities?
Um,
Or a
let's
fleshcraft?
say, let's say an Arcana check would probably do it.
Alright.
This thrall is in what is commonly referred to as a berserk state or a wild state. It is operating off of, well, no one's really sure what the programming is that a thrall operates off of when it's not getting orders from anything, but they tend to be wild and very dangerous. They'll respond immediately and aggressively to any kind of attack. However, this particular one looks like it sustained some damage. Most thralls have a mounted bolt thrower crossbow built into one of their arms that appears to be messed up with some rope or kelp or like something stringy hanging from its arm that you doubt it's actually still functional. So trying to get it to counterattack or engage someone at range could result in it attempting to use a broken weapon that it doesn't understand is broken. That's the otherwise, thralls are something that nobody really ever wants to have to take on. They are spongy, heavily armored, and very, very violent. Generally not super fast, but they
This is why
can
Suit's
react.
very much against it.
They're generally not super fast, but they can react very quickly. They have high reaction times, but low speed because of their armor.
Shall we try and get a surprise volley on it?
Indeed.
I say so.
All right.
Yeah, I wanna. Is this bushes or trees?
Those are they're trees, but there's foliage there. I'd say that it's cover.
Okay.
Difficult ground and cover for these bushes, and these are low ground bushes. These are just trees that have branches all the way down to the ground, basically.
Yeah. I'm assuming we can basically get a surprise round on it.
Yes,
If
you have the luxury of a complete control over when you engage this fight. It is not looking at you at all.
want to do our initiatives then, and we'll go for a surprise round.
Yep. Roll, reset, and then roll all.
Justicia stretches all her arms and what's left of her legs. And I guess she's doing that for a little while.
She's showing off,
Just
getting
sort of,
ready
stumbles
real hard.
on her stumbles a little bit with her new legs, and encounters a little bit of a wobble.
Where's that extra +2 coming from? In my initiative.
I don't know.
Is it from dexterity? Oh.
I don't know.
Wait, I have a +2 in my initiative bonus entry. I guess it's adding that.
Oh yeah, it adds dexterity natively. So if you have a native
okay,
+2,
Yeah.
then
So yeah, I removed that.
um,
I have a 10.
yes, I can manually
So
set
you said-
that to 10. Update.
Yep.
Hey, it shuffles it automatically. How convenient. Okay, so first off, suit.
Alright. I'm going to move into the brush. And then I am going to take an action to stealth.
All right.
And that is my turn.
Then, Crom.
Crom is going to plant his feet and hold his action for when the thrall comes into range, he's going to smack it.
Okay, go for it. Bayleaf.
Okay. Bayleaf is going to aim crossbow at Thrall. Do we count as unseen? But basically, roll stealth. I just wondered if it was already unaware of us or not.
It's unaware of you. Go ahead and
Okay.
have advantage, I believe.
Okay. I don't know how to turn that on.
It should be like when you roll, you get like a little
Oh, right.
window
Yeah. Okay.
that lets you.
Advantage on. Bam. 21.
All right. That is a clean
And
hit for
sneak attack as well. There you go.
9 damage total. As a reaction, the thrall uses a berserk counter.
If it's a surprise round, it shouldn't have a reaction.
Ah, you're correct. It does not then. It does like jolt though, and it knows you're here now. Maker.
Maker is going to cast Grease.
Oh boy.
Grease, go for it.
So I have to check something. It says that the area is 10 feet. Is this just a 10-foot?
It's a 10-foot square, like it's been since the dawn of time, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I have never actually used it.
Oh man, this is your first time using Grease.
Yes.
What?
Impressive.
Well, it is the time, and it is the place, and it is the motion.
Anyway, Grease, and I have to roll a fizzle dice.
Okay.
Because on a 2-up, I don't lose the spell.
Ah, interesting.
How big is the?
It's a D4.
Yeah. How big is the? Is it 20-foot or?
It's 10 foot.
10
like
foot,
I
okay.
said.
Yeah.
It's 2 squares by 2 squares. I just wanted to check it. It was like...
Grease is a perfect spell, and it has been a perfect spell for like 3 editions.
Pretty much, yeah. And that is a DC... What's the DC of my spells? I think it's just 13.
All right.
Yeah, it's DC 13.
That will be
Dexterity against prone.
it fails, and it flops down.
That's unfortunate. Makes it harder to hit with range now.
Uh,
Go over, start shanking.
I don't think that rule exists in this edition, does it?
In 5th edition, it does, yes.
Ow,
Yes.
my bad. But at least we get a lot of chances to shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
That's turn.
This thing, it is a surprise
Is it-
round. Do surprise rounds end once it has
Nope.
a turn?
We
No, yeah.
basically a surprise round represents us all basically going with the same thing. It's just an ordered way to do it. We all get to act before it does.
Yeah, so I think Destisha actually acts first.
Yep.
Then
All right. So, bonus action. I will cast Hex on it,
Okay.
and so now it has disadvantage on all dexterity checks, and when I hit it with an ability, it takes 1d6 additional necrotic damage, and then I send a soul bolt its way.
Go for it. That doesn't hit.
And you'd have to do it with disadvantage anyway.
Yeah. There, I really don't hit it there.
Uh,
All right. Well, we might have a few turns. That's my
Okay.
turn.
It gets up. Is the grease difficult terrain?
Yes.
So it gets up.
It shouldn't actually be able to act yet. It basically goes back to a normal round from the top.
Yeah, we basically get like a surprise
Surprise,
round.
surprise round, it does not get to act at all.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Well, I guess I'm running towards it now.
Oh, take a pot shot.
I didn't pick up a range weapon anyway, so I didn't want to take anything from the box.
So be careful about entering the grease. Because
I know I actually can't get close enough to do anything to it
Might be
because of the difficult
best
terrain.
holding a ready action, maybe.
Yeah. I don't think it'll get to us. I think I actually just won't get it. Won't, because even if it'll take half its movement to stand up, right? I can't imagine this thing moves faster than 30 given the description that they're slow, right? So it's looking at 15 feet of movement and then it's in difficult terrain. It's gonna get to here at best. So it's not getting out.
Yeah.
I guess I will move. Do I have to reroll my stealth? But I'll move. I don't
Shouldn't
know
need to. You've not been spotted.
All right. I'm gonna move down to here. Does that make sense? I'll move down to here. Keep staying in the tree line because I'll be ready to bushwhack it when it comes out. It's my turn.
Okay. Crom.
Crom is going to move to here and ready in action for when it gets up to him. He'll smack it.
All right. Bayleaf.
Okay. No bonus action hide yet. We're not that high level.
Yep.
So I'm going
Disadvantage
to
attack.
yeah.
Actually, you gotta reload, don't you? Because
Loading. Basically, if you're doing one attack, it's just an auto thing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Disadvantage.
You know,
attack,
it's on turns. I will move up first though.
Mm-hmm.
Much point trying to stealth.
Makes himself a nice big target.
Yeah. I'm just going to do a disadvantage attack.
Go.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to stealth because I'm losing out on sneak attack. I may as well prepare for a decentish hit. So yeah, I will do.
And it's not gonna get to anybody this turn.
Yeah.
It won't clear out.
Stealth.
Because it's gonna get one of these squares.
14.
far as
I
it's gonna
don't
get.
know if that's above its passive perception or not.
That is. It does beat its passive perception.
Oh.
These things are not super attentive.
Sneaky.
Bam. There you go.
All right.
I'm a bush. Don't pay attention to me.
Just
And
I'm also a bush.
Or half is sticking out of the back.
Maker.
Maker is just shoot it.
Just shoot it.
I believe I have disadvantage, right?
Yes. That won't do it.
Yeah, rip. Carry on.
This thing is going to stand up, use half its movement. And with its other half of its movement, it's going to go 5, 10. Start trying to shamble towards you, or lurch towards you, just a shuffle.
Was going out to the water also difficult? Because it was difficult for us.
This tile isn't watered. I go by what's in the center of a square.
Okay.
For any square that's partially full. So, like this tile here, water. This tile, not water. Destisha.
I'm gonna do that again and shoot at it.
Go for it.
I need someone to help me make an actual Eldritch Bolt button because I'm going to be using
You
those.
should be able to drag Eldritch Bolt onto your bar.
Dragging my key things into the hotbar.
Right? That. Okay. Got it. And Okay. Nope.
Nope.
Oh wait, no, it's not a
You didn't-
disadvantage.
Wait, you didn't have to roll disadvantage. What was?
just-
Yeah, so it's a 10 is the
Yeah,
other
a
roll.
10, yeah. So it would have been a 10, which plus 5, it would have been a 15. It was a 15 hit.
Okay.
Because it didn't have your bonuses, that was just the straight rolls.
Yeah.
A 15 does not actually quite hit this thing through its armor.
Ah, oh no. Well,
So,
I'm scared. I'm gonna move over here. And that's my turn.
and it is Soot's turn now.
Okay.
You're gonna be brave, Soot.
It's just gonna be brave. Shoot, go die. That's fine. Double checking to make sure I know everything I can do. Okay. Come up. Okay. I'm going to move up. I'm going to attack her with a dagger. My dagger didn't actually add itself because that's like the thing that it happens. So I'm just gonna roll a d20 and then I'll add my bonuses. Okay, so d20, is it plus proficiency? We don't.
Yes.
Proficiency bonus. We don't have
Proficiency and modifier.
proficiency bonus. Okay. So 2 plus
3 should be for you.
yeah, 3. 2 plus 3. So rolling that for attack. That should miss.
That is a miss.
Okay, and then I don't know for certain, so I'll defer to the other rogue. Do we have bonus action?
We don't.
Yeah.
Set next level.
All right. Well, I only moved 25 feet. I have a movement of 40 feet. I can provoke an attack of opportunity and move back.
I have a question because these rules have been a little hard to set through, so Adam may know better. How does this version of D&D handle unseen melee attackers?
I believe that you have advantage.
Well, it's more the fact, did she exit self the moment she came out of cover?
I'm assuming I did.
Because it's one of the annoying things that base 5e handles it like.
I'm going to say that if you aren't visible at the start of like your movement, then you get the advantage of like your. Even if they can see you like the moment before you strike them, you're still getting the element of surprise. You still get advantage.
Okay, so you can roll again.
Yeah, go for it.
Still miss. All right. So yeah, wasn't a chance in hell anyway. So anyway, I moved 25 feet. I have 40 feet of movement, so I should be able to move.
You're gonna risk it.
I mean, I have to, because otherwise I'm going to stand there and take a full round.
Yeah.
So,
Pretty
so-
brave for a really squishy character.
Don't worry, I have infinite healing.
As you do.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to move back to there, I think.
Okay, I have
So
cure
I will take an
wounds.
attack of opportunity probably on the way out. Hit.
That is. a
And I'm
hit
down.
for 8.
And I'm down.
Wait. I will use invert reality and turn that 18 into a 3.
What's invert reality?
It's my special warlock ability. I can use it the amount of times equal to my
Casting modifier.
casting modifier, so 3 times
hit
per
the
short
button?
rest. Oh, right, yeah, here.
Yep.
Button.
Let's all show off our cool abilities.
There.
Oh my.
It's before the outcome is determined. So I'd already taken damage.
Well, this
Yeah.
auto does everything, so
Yeah.
you need to be a bit lenient on that.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah. And it's not like I trust you guys to not go like, oh well, that's not enough damage. I'm not going to use my ability. So yeah, that misses. Thankfully. So you're able to evade its clutches with a burst of soul energy disorienting the.
I thought she gets to disrupt reality, and we don't even get to hide as opposed to actually
Yeah,
get
we don't
this
even get to
busted.
hide. Yep.
OP.
Yep.
Mages, it never ends.
Yep.
pretty much
we got the robot that started with a flamethrower and a laser beam. With Dysia warping reality. I feel like I'm just like I'm just
struggling with our makeshift ship.
You know, I'm just gonna go walk into the ocean. I'm done. I'm done. It's like, hey guys, we're all starting with nothing. I've got a laser beam of reality.
Hey, you have racial features. It's not my fault. They are worse than mine.
Wow, that was racist.
Literally, yes, that is.
You know what my racial feature is? I was born poor.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Crom.
Crom's going to, for the person that doesn't invert reality or have a flamethrower either, he's just big. He's just going to move up here.
Mm-hmm.
And since he is big, he's going to just reach out and hit someone.
Wait, last creature says reaching this? Holy shit.
Yep, and he's going to smack it.
Bonk.
I was gonna say though, when Soot sees the bladed arm come down at her, there's like she feels this weird glitch. It feels strange. Like she knows that thing is going to hit her, but then it just doesn't. It's a little bit disorientating as what she knows is about to happen doesn't. And she is able to scoot away.
Scoot.
We are doing really poorly on these rolls.
Well, it doesn't have to be that way, Miss Invert Reality.
I'm deciding on keeping these things to keep you guys alive.
Can you actually invert that? No,
I can't.
It requires 3
No,
uses.
you can't because you used your reaction and you only
Yeah,
have
it's
one
a
reaction.
reaction.
Oh right, yes. So I can only do it once a turn. So
Okay.
It also requires 3 uses to use a 1 or a 20.
yeah.
Oh, did I roll a 1?
Oh, did he roll?
Oh,
one?
I rolled a 1.
Oh, yeah. So
Never
no.
mind.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do.
I did! Oh, for heaven's sake!
Let's move past Crom's embarrassment for a moment and embrace the future, which is Bayleaf.
I'm just gonna
Bailiff's
ask, why does
embarrassment?
this always happen to you in games?
Yeah, that's why it's called tyranninating. It's named after my
Weren't
brother's
here
character.
last time.
Yeah,
And all of my games as well. Your dice hate you. What the hell? Okay.
I'm just happy I am now no longer melee.
I'm
Just up there, the casters having their little...
gonna shoot my crossbow at the horrendous things.
Right, before that
I'd like to point out the 2 people
Oh,
that
yeah.
are like, oh, taking down a thrall, no big deal. The 2 people that are crazily brothers of Bernie.
I want to use a bonus action and raid. Now that I'm in
Rage?
close. Yes.
Go for it.
So, Crom is going to like stomp the ground and snarl, and there's like a burst of heat off of him as the tips of his.
Is it like a moo, but also like a growl and a howl at the same time? Because he's a minotaur dog.
There's no moo component to this. But the tips of his hair start burning like they're cindered, and small bits of embers start coming out of his hair as an intense heat comes off of him.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks angrier, but he's still focused.
His fury is focused. Does that let him do anything in particular right now, or is it just a buff that he's applied?
It's just a buff that he's applied. It hasn't.
All right.
It wouldn't have helped him hit anything.
Bayleaf, now it's your turn.
Crossbow bolt. Pew. 17.
That hits.
All right,
For
sneak attack
a
damage as
bundle
well.
of damage.
Woo! 12 damage total. And then she is actually going to
This
drop the
time it
crossbow.
Does react to taking damage.
Uh-oh. I don't like that.
And
Oh, no.
it sprints in your direction.
Oh no, I don't like that.
Woo!
Oh, attack of opportunity from Chrome.
It does. Crom gets an attack of opportunity. It just races past him.
So I might soot depending on its pathing.
Yeah, I think they both do. Crom misses, but let's see what
Of
Soot
course.
does.
Does his rage not give him a bonus to hit?
Rage.
Shouldn't.
It's damage.
Rage
I think.
shouldn't.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. No.
I'm not sure how that is.
Okay, Bailey screams.
Swings wildly at Bailey.
Baby, no!
Oh, that's a hit.
Oh,
For
that'd be-
heaven's sake!
that's almost near dead.
6
Okay.
damage.
Nice.
Maker.
My turn's not done yet.
Oh, right. It's not. Not yet. His turn. Unmaker.
I am-
Bailey.
Dropping my crossbow.
Yes.
Oh man, do I risk moving?
It doesn't have a reaction anymore.
That's true. So yes, dropping crossbow here in the bush, and then she's going to go run screaming over here, drawing her dagger as part of her movement as she goes.
All right. Now it's me.
Do I? I'm trying to decide if I just shoot it or if I do another grease. I think I'm just going to shoot it.
Not quite.
My goodness.
If only the attack roll were good.
I'd appreciate other people hitting this thing as well.
Yeah, wouldn't we all?
Do you have any
Actually,
other
I have.
actions?
No, not really.
We're level
I don't
1.
I don't have any use for my bonus action yet.
This thing is gonna go after.
The majority of RPGs at level 1, your ability is attack.
Yep.
And die.
Yeah. Alright, I'm technically closest, so I'm assuming it's just hitting me.
It's just
Yep.
one for whoever's
Goodbye,
closest.
everybody.
I'll miss your suit.
Hey,
Oh, wow.
Manages to miss.
Bye, everybody.
8.
Yeah, it does miss me. Barely. No. Actually, I'm level 1.
Oh,
so it
that's
doesn't.
missing.
That,
Oh,
that's-
now she's down.
I'm dead. Bye.
Bleeding.
Are you actually
dead.
just dead?
Actually, I need to check how much that is for what happens when you do,
I'm pretty sure it's just 5e rules. It's not.
well,
enough
5e
damage.
rules, if you take all your all your max hit points in one fell swoop, it's an auto death. So that's why I need to look.
Isn't there a minimum threshold on that? I thought that like.
Yeah, it's your full hit points.
Basically, there's a thing of if it's one fell swoop, full hit points, you go kaputsuki. If it does your full hit points in separate damage amounts, you're okay.
Yeah, so I might have just died. But you can carry on with the next people because it doesn't matter because I'm out at the very least.
Mystisha.
Don't worry, we
I'm trying
can
to
sew
figure
you
out where
back
the rules
together.
are. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. That's very much against my love.
All right. She's going to. She's going to do that. Fire at it again to see if we can actually hit this thing.
Also, the system does handle it differently.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Have you found? Can you link it to me? Because I can't
Oh.
search this with crap on the website.
Yeah. I will link this.
Traumatic.
Massive damage that kills us instantly is 20 plus 3 times your character.
It's
so you're
best for
fine.
her to read it, so it's linked.
Yeah. Okay, so
You need to make 23 damage to die instantly.
an Eldritch Ray.
It was a 1.
Yep, but you do
So-
have your reaction back. Although you don't have 3 charges, so.
Yeah, so I can't. If it was a 2, I could do it, but
Okay. Soot bleeds, I think.
Death saving throw if it's her turn.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get closer to possibly help Soot on my next turn. I blast it as I come closer.
Yep.
I'm trying to sec. I roll a d20. I thought they might have a thing in the sheet like some of them do, but it doesn't have one, it looks like. So I'll just roll a d20.
Ooh.
I stabilize.
Yeah,
Does
nice.
that let you spend a hit die?
No, I just become stable.
If you
I think-
roll if you roll a natural 20, you regain 1 hit point, immediately regain consciousness, and are able to take the rest of your turn.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
cool.
for it. Soot
So,
is
take the rest of
filled
my
with-
turn.
Soot is filled with vengeance and
Alright.
a surprising amount of blood.
Soot will bravely attack from the ground
Go for it.
without standing up. Because why would I stand up? Slash out. I miss.
Oh no.
Yep.
It's got armored ankles.
It does have armored ankles. I lash out.
Now it's Crom time.
Alright.
Soot does not
Okay.
provoke it into attacking her again.
Oh.
I want to hit it, but Crom's going to reach down. It's not an attack of opportunity if I just slide Soot behind me, is it?
Yeah, forced movement does not provoke
Right,
attacks of
that's
opportunity.
correct.
Yeah, I'm going to reach down, grab her by the neck of her shirt, and just slide her back. Like
Sure.
up. How do I
Just like
hold, click? Like
so.
up there.
Works.
So,
And that's your action, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Like basically an uncontested push. I'll allow it.
Oh, well, I don't like where I am now.
you should
This
push
is like
in-
if we're trying
you
to
should
get,
move
like-
in closer so we can get some flanking going.
Bailey. Would
Um,
Crom like to move in closer to...
Yeah, I'm moving closer just to keep it.
Bayleaf can coordinate
Okay.
with him.
Brayleaf is going, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. And she's going to come around here.
It's stabbing time.
Right, advantage on ace.
Keeping time, I assume.
Mm,
Yeah, you can do it. I believe in you.
22
Lead.
Yeah,
plus
yeah.
sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
Hey, 10 damage total.
Bayleaf gets an exact takedown.
Oh,
Nice.
perfect.
I have basically soloed this bloody thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey, the
you
rogue
did.
tanked some. The other rogue tanked some.
I did tank that. Crom came up, but Crom was like, I'm gonna stay 15 feet away at
Two
all
rogues
times.
basically got hit.
I was trying to lure it towards
I
me.
don't see any interest in going after any more of these for me.
Ow!
Holy
I told
mackerel!
you they are freaking monsters.
Oh,
The
I don't
the
think you
blade
should
have-
just like plunge deep, and Bayleaf manages to like just get a good hit in and like shatter the soul gem. That these things tend to have base like in the sort of like deep in like the base of their throat behind their armor and mask, and just gets a knife down there and crack.
I'm glad the poor
No,
things were
I wanted that.
released.
and you keep wanting that.
Oh, is that my blood? That's my blood.
That's your blood and a bit of my blood.
Oh. This is breath that hurts.
This thing was a lot harder to hit than I expected.
Give me a moment, please.
Now, what wonderful thing did we earn by doing this, other than the rich respect of people that I
We
don't
got
know?
to use the weapons that we're going to give back after defeating it. I don't quite know the deal
sounds
we
like
made.
a very bad deal that we've made.
What are you talking about? Look at this thing. It's a wealth of resources.
She bends down and starts examining it.
I have a strong urge to walk into the sea.
Did anyone see why it slipped over at the beginning?
I
Wow,
like
it
those
just
legs.
suddenly tripped and fell. It dipped right out, and I realized I had to run at it.
For
I was gonna jump at it from outside the bush when it went by, but it never did.
you, pretty sure you need to learn some patience there for someone who didn't want to fight this thing. You were pretty raring to go.
I hope we've learned one thing. I'm fucking awesome.
I think I learned that you're fucking awesome, Bailey. Good job with the crossbow.
She's gonna retrieve her crossbow from the bush.
Crom weighs the hammer that he had in his hand. I don't think this is weighted properly. He gives it a couple swings.
Is there anything in the boat we can has?
You can do a perception to investigate the boat.
I
Can you do
would
an
like to
investigate to
use
investigate the
a
boat?
feature here.
Do you not want some healing before you go into a derelict boat?
Investigation can also investigate the boat. Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
For Pete's sake.
I have been hit a few times, and I don't understand what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? You're hit once.
I got hit twice.
How do I
think.
post paste an ability?
I think I took a head wound on the first one.
Yeah, leave this to me before you bleed out on the floor.
I think.
I will go have a good rest like I do when I'm hurt.
I would like to use this feature.
Oh.
What is this?
Here,
Fascinating.
let's hope this healing in these trying times can make a suit less suicidal.
Okay.
And I still get to cast more heal.
I only have 8 hit points. I don't know why you keep rolling extra dice.
No, the second dice is is my
Fizzle dice.
fizzle dice. Yeah. If I roll a 1, I can't cast anymore today. Basically, well, not that spell.
Ah, okay. I was like, I'm tapped. I'm good.
No. If I roll a d4, it's to check if I can.
It must be easy being able to just magic stuff around. Must be good being metal. Not having to eat. Not having to worry
Magic's
about the
great.
weather.
I'm being generous here. This spell is basically not.
I am saying that I admire the fact that you have these abilities.
Ow.
I don't think you understand. This is not a snipe at you. This is actually an envy thing. I think it's pretty great that you don't
Honestly,
have to
it's
worry
kind of
about
hard.
eating and drinking. You can shoot when it like fire from you, and you magically heal others. So
Well, now
Honestly-
I'm just gonna say, if there's a god out there, then I'm pretty pissed at them.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yes, I don't need to eat, but I do need to spend some time maintaining my internal generator by spending about 2 hours in the dark.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah. I'm really gonna weep for you.
On that note, I think this might be. We're at time. I think this might be, as you salvage this ship, as you haul out some crates of supplies that haven't yet been dragged away by the.
Goods to be determined in post game.
Yes,
You want to make a loot
as
channel and you can just
Justicia-
drop what we have in there?
Yes, I will do this all post game, and as Justicia engages in reclamation of materials,
Yes.
I think this is a good
Tomfoolery.
time for our first session to conclude with this harrowing battle that in some systems would have killed Soot, but doesn't in this one, because this system has...
This system has no mercy. It could have killed me.
Glad you're alive.
Now I have this. I think I took a thing for going down. I don't remember.
Yeah, you
No.
take a level of... Or doesn't the first time you go down give you a level of fatigue? Yes.
Yeah, I give you a little fatigue. I
Oh
think.
yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, like I said. At least other systems have the guts to just kill me. This one, no, they're gonna make me suffer.
Suffering is content. We live to suffer. Anyway, thanks for playing, everybody, and thanks for watching. Everyone who dropped by. This has been a very fun debut and a fun first session of the Shrouded Shore. And let's see,
Play that outro music.
I need to
Remember to like and
I need to
subscribe.
get my outro together. Oh yeah, the important thing to say in the outro is I am actually a professional dungeon master, and if you are interested in having an adventure made and run by me, then you can get in touch with me at dragondungeoneering@gmail.com. The info is in the About section on my Twitch page. I would love to work with anyone who has an idea for a game. With that, I think it is time for some of us to go to sleep, for some of us to... I don't even know what Yuli is doing at this time. Yuli's time zone is a night.
Ephemeral.
Yes. And it is time for me to do something other than stare at a computer screen for a short period of time before I return to staring at my computer screen because I have more to get done tonight. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Sleep tight till we meet.